Does it say it? It should say it.
Yep. It says we're live.
We're live in studio with another Patriotarchy podcast, and we're going to talk about, well, in the nicest terms, the right wing Racket complex. And here I am with my good buddy of mine, Garrett. Say hi, Garrett, for everybody out there.
Hello, audience, and thank you for having me on, James. It's nice to actually be able to discuss this with people not open-minded, but critical thinkers willing to discuss important topics that most other people won't.
Because, it's just one of those things when you explore the various, how can I say this, factions or ideologies that make up those factions of the dissident right. A lot of those personalities have a lot left to be desired.
Yeah.
If you will. A lot of unsavory characters out there. In one of my honest and earnest opinions, there's not really anybody who's very well-rounded as far as being intellectually honest or astute, which is, I have a hard time with that one. And I'm putting it nicely.
No, I agree. And part of that, in my opinion at least, is that unfortunately a lot of people like to just be sheep and believe whatever they're told without doing any actual research or critical thinking. So they just find a narrative, regardless of what side they're on. They find a narrative that fits their beliefs and emotional appeal, and they ride with it to an extreme. And so for people like you and I that can think and go, hey, I like this idea from this guy, I like this idea from this guy, I like this idea from this guy. All these other people like, oh, you like this guy, he's got this bad point. And it's like, yeah, well, broken clocks right twice a day. Just because they've got bad points doesn't mean they don't have good points. You should be able to not pick and choose per se, but you should be able to sift through the BS versus what's actual fact, reality, and real. And I don't know. Go ahead.
No, you go.
I was going to say, you were in Get with me a long time ago, right? Before the Alex Jones group.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was my first exposure to Nick Fuentes. And instantly got a bad taste in my mouth because he refused to allow anyone to talk. Anytime he said something, you would try to go, well, what about this? I see this. Just trying to have a logical, rational discussion. He's like, oh, you're an idiot. And it's like, dude, chill. I was asking a question. I wasn't trying to berate you or say that you're dumb or anything. I was just curious.
That reminds me of somebody else's approach that I have known to be, well, a fake, and somebody who is just as, I guess, unapproachable, and that, Dyer has turned into the Orthodox version of Fuentes. I mean, he's not as politically or ideologically driven. That's for sure. But I mean, just to think critically and, like you said, be able to question those narratives. It's like one of my first tastes is with the so-called dissident right or whatever. I mean, sure, it's one thing to say that obviously the people trying to indoctrinate children and the people that are trying to do terrible things across the world for some kind of weird freedom / democracy complex, whatever the hell they want to call it. The people that are touting that so-called conservatism here, but then turning it on its nose, so to speak. I mean, I hate to use cliches, but that's the best one I got for the moment. They're doing a 180. by turning it on its nose, because it's like it turns into this thing. Okay, so like you said, you can pick out good things. Like two of my favorites in some ways are Nietzsche and Evola. Now they're obviously not Christians, but Nietzsche, talk about a guy who took critical thinking into overdrive. Like he went past the point of like, okay, what do we do with the philosophical grounds that we have morals set based in, right? Whereas Evola was like, well, how do you get these traditions and how do you get these philosophical understandings to meet the morality in society? So it's like, it was like, you're what am I? You're trudging, you're tracking, and you're one's trying to catch up with the other. And it's like on a lot of those things, like I understand that there is the natural order, which obviously only one God had in his mind and created. But when it comes to that elucidation of thought, or that to apply any intellectual honesty to it, sure. I mean, like sure, you have Muslims, sure you have Jews, sure you have pagans, sure you have Hindus. I mean, like Buddhists, all those religious schools of thought in a way, right?
Yeah.
Met with ideological rigor, right? That I feel like when they try to apply the Christianity to the ideological rigor of, let's say, like you came into contact with the America First kind of movement, right? Where was the Christianity? Where was the true application of what was supposed to be believed to that ideological complexity? And the problem is like you said, it gets lost in that translation. There's like Fuentes just wanted a platform, and that's it. He's like that. Like that's it. That's all he wanted, and that's it. There was no intellectual honesty applied to it, and that's why I respect guys like Evola, or basically philosophers, because that's the best way I could describe them, like Evola and Nietzsche, who are outside of so completely foreign to Christianity, but it gives me perspective, and that's an important thing to have, because it makes you think about how you can solve those problems, like people waving the rainbow flag, people waving a Nazi flag, people waving the commie flag, people waving whatever their chosen banner of disgust is.
Yep.
And that way, it brings a very real ideological grounding to it, and it's bizarre. It's definitely bizarre.
Yeah, the main thing I see with all these different groups, and it drives me absolutely bonkers all the time, is the fact that they sit there and claim to be of some form of religion or another. Typically, it's a variant of Christianity. And they take some really good verses, and then they push those verses out of context. And I'm constantly like, dude, you're only quoting literally one sentence out of the Bible to justify an entire movement. How about you read the entire context of what Jesus or his disciples, or if you're quoting for the Old Testament, give me the entire context of whoever's speaking. Because the fact that you're just taking one verse out of context automatically drives me away from your movement. Because I understand that context is key to understanding what's going on, and understanding, like, specifically the Bible. If you don't have the context of it, you can never understand the Bible. So you have to read entire passages front to back, the beginning to end of it, to understand what's going on. And I know I kind of reiterated that a few different ways, but it's because it drives me nuts that these people, like Nick Fuentes specifically, is like, oh, well, the Bible says that men shouldn't wear women's clothes, so automatically let's kill all trannies. And it's like, no. Now, I know that's not necessarily what he says in public, but it's still the idea of, hey, dude, they're human beings. God put them on this earth. Instead of just killing them off and sending them straight to hell because they won't have the chance to repent, how about you sit down and have a discussion with them and try to save them and go, hey man, I understand you got a lot of issues. I personally believe that you could solve a lot of these issues by doing X, Y, and Z and start bringing actual proof to it. Like whether it be biblical, which I believe is a huge help to a lot of people when you actually explain the Bible to them, so that because most of them do know it out of context, as well as using science, which I understand science is, in certain people's eyes or a lot of people's eyes, is not necessarily right. However, at its base value, science is our understanding of the world God created. So if we can take that
Yeah.
alongside the Bible and we can push that, I don't want to say push that, but that's the best word I got right now. If we can push that and preach that to people and show them, hey, this is what the Bible says, this is what our version of science says, they actually meet in the middle, or not meet in the middle, but science actually basically explains what the Bible's saying, like the no premarital sex thing specifically. I know this is kind of off topic, but the Bible talks about no premarital sex, and a lot of people are like, oh, you just don't want to have pleasure. And it's like, no, we have hormones, we have chemicals that get mated with other people. And the more we have sex with other people, the more it destroys our ability to mate and bond with these people. And it increases the chance of divorce and problems in the relationships. And they just drives me nuts. I don't want to go off the rails too bad just yet. So
No, I'm following your logic.
So
because there is a logical, and see, that's the thing. Like, I think, and what helped me, like, obviously, what I think distinguishes, Orthodoxy away from Catholicism and Protestantism is we have a strong foundation of holy tradition through the saints and the fathers, right? And they mean what they say, and they say what they mean. Like,
yep.
That's it. And in their consensus, whether good, bad, or indifferent, you can feel like certain ways about it. Sure, there's contested theological topics to this day, but in their consistency and their authenticity, and obviously the influence of something that we can't explain, the Holy Spirit, it's consistent. But does everybody live consistently? No. Are we unworthy sinners? Of course. But are we in need of are we in need of damnation? Or are we in need of actual like repentance and actual like humility, and showing that even those people that are on the right wing taking those things out of context turns me off as well, because it's like, what are you saying? Like, are you saying that, like, if God hates a certain group, why are you placing that on somebody? Like, why are you saying that to somebody? Like, I understand if you want to say that they can't have salvation. It's one thing to say that people can't have salvation outside of the church. That's a whole different thing. And you have to attack that with as much academic and theological rigor as you can, as to say a simple sentence. Like, to tell people to not have premarital sex versus people to live freely and try to keep those things under control. It's kind of the same thing, and it's kind of not the same thing. It's a hard thing. It's a hard thing to justify. It's a hard thing to cross, because, let's be honest, I mean, it's like, I understand a lot of that being older now, but in a lot of ways, I really, to be honest, it would have been nice if I could have controlled myself when I met my wife. But and that's something that's obviously a little bit personal, but it's honest. And the thing is like, when people don't talk about honest things, and things that are going, like for instance, this whole affirmative action thing is completely blown out of proportion. It's another ridiculous topic, because people are blaming the supposed racism when our school systems suck. Like that's the basic of what it is. If our school systems didn't suck, these kids would be fine. These kids would be good. They would be competent human beings. Attack the problem. And the problem is our school system suck. It's not because little Johnny is better than little Jamal. No. If little Jamal had just the education that little Johnny did, maybe they would both be qualified and have a chance. Have you ever thought about that one? But that's that's a problem in all of itself. But like you said, the thinking should meet the expectation, and it doesn't. It drives me up a wall. It's like these people want to blame something else, and the right wing does that ad nauseum.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I've got a whole other argument about the school system. I personally don't believe the government should be involved, just simply because it leaves it wide open to mass manipulation, mass control, which is what we've had today. We can trace it back to Rockefeller wanting to create a worker class B. And I mean, I can't necessarily blame the dude. He wanted to build a society where people were capable of, how do I say this properly? Basically, where people could survive on their own. They could work and buy a house. They could buy land. Something that was kind of a new ideology for society at the time. Prior to that, you had to be ultra wealthy inventor, businessman, or you had to be some form of lord or the king. Like you had to have some precursor to it. He tried developing a society where individuals could start affording their own things. Now, was there some nefarious actions in that? Sure. I mean, there's always going to be a nefarious action because individuals aren't perfect, and we always have our skew or our ideology, our view on how we want to do things. And to someone else will be nefarious, and that's just the way it is. But the unfortunate side effect of it was that the school system has turned into what it has now due to that. And that's why I'm just like, nah, we need to get rid of the public school system. We need to go back to churches providing it, people homeschooling, private institutions, because then at least at that point, you can pick and choose what you want to quote unquote be indoctrinated by. You're not forced to grow up in this belief system where, oh, it's whatever the government demands and wants at the time, which is controlled by a lot of nefarious people.
And a lot of the right wing thinks those various people or that controlled group of people wear hats that are a little bit in the center of one's, I guess you could say, scalp, and are tiny.
Tiny hat, big nose people?
And or tiny Pope hats. like the little Pope hats too. Those are cute.
From my research and my personal experience, I'm not going to deny the fact that there are certain groups of people that do definitely maintain control, but to blame it on an entire race of people is disingenuous to your argument, because there's a lot of people that
thinking.
No, it's really not, because sure, there may be a specific race of people that are running certain things, but when you actually look at it at a truly, how do I say this without sounding like an idiot?
Managerial level?
No. Basically, we look at things as race today, when race is a fairly new concept in comparison to culture.
Yeah, and a very American concept, mind you. It's a very American concept.
There's an entire culture dedicated to trying to control the world, and that is different than a single race controlling the world. And honestly, I have a belief, and I don't have enough evidence to back this up, but I'm going to still say it. I have a belief that there's a certain culture pushing for a certain race to be annihilated. Just the way it is. Like there's a whole entire conversation that could take up hours of our time to understand exactly the nuances of what I'm saying. but race was developed as a way to divide cultures and for certain groups of people and individuals to take control and power over these cultures. As you start the infighting, you divide and conquer. I know, yet again, that's a cliche, but it's very true.
Well, I mean, look at how basically there's been a blood feud forever since between the Russians, Slavs, and the Germanics. Like
Yep.
there's been blood feuds for we're talking centuries. Like it is nothing new. It
We can go into
predated World
millennia.
War One.
We can
Yeah,
go into millennia with that one.
yeah, and they think that that was just something that well, the Nazis were racist. No, this thing started a long time ago. The Slavs hated the Germans or the Germanics, and the Germanics hated the Slavs. It was that way for a long time. It was that way during the Crusades, even.
Yep.
You had basically the Holy Roman Empire was held in Germany, in modern day Germany, for a long time during the Crusades. And then you with obviously Charlemagne and all of that dynasty that went on for a bit, and then you had basically the Third Rome, which had to be the Third Rome in Moscow. You had the Slavs that had to come, who were primarily Orthodox, and had to fight alongside the Germanic and Roman Catholics, and they didn't like each other that much anyway because of how Rome was falling and how the Holy Roman Empire was splitting, and it had to be held in Constantinople. And they
Yep.
didn't like that one bit. They lost all their Western pride in a lot of ways. So that blood feud goes back quite a while. And the problem is I get it. Same race, different ethnicities, but yet still split. And still split very well. I wouldn't call them split ideologically, because there might be more similarities there than there are differences.
Yeah.
But mentality wise, they're pretty similar. Like mentality wise, they're very both strong armed, typical European mentality of that. They're very strong armed, strong man, dictatorship,
Yep.
or that nationalistic mentality, which once again, as somebody of European descent, I can definitely agree with in certain ways. Like I don't disdain it.
I mean, I'm pretty much just Irish and Scottish, so I have a huge
Oh
disdain
man,
for it. I have a huge disdain for that.
you
For monarchies and stuff like that.
I mean, basic question: Scotch or Irish whiskey?
I avoid whiskey because I am the guy that's like 1 shot,
Okay.
I'm good. 2 shot, I'm good. 3 shot, I am blackout
Oh.
drunk, and I do not need to be in that
Well,
position. Dude, I can drink rum all day long, not a problem. I can drink
yeah.
beer all day long. I can drink vodka most of the time, and I love my tequila. I can drink tequila all night long.
I mean, okay.
But whiskey is just
I think we got a theme
Jack.
song for. Yeah. Jack can be Jack can be rough sometimes.
Yeah. I don't remember like 6 hours of my life. All I remember is waking up,
Ooh.
vomiting, walking out, and going, why is the back window of my car shattered? And everyone goes, you got mad and slapped it. And that was the night I quit drinking whiskey.
Yeah, I mean, it's very prudent of you. That's a good decision.
I think I've had 1 shot since
Don't
then.
do that at home, kids.
Do not do that. No, this is this is literally what I'm saying is there's every individual is going to have that alcohol that will do that to them, and you need to avoid that at all costs if that's your alcohol.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's funny because vodka and tequila, really not my cup of tea or my cup of booze. I need the amber. Give me the sweet amber.
See, tequila straight up's one thing. It's got that bite, and I can do it. But if you put it in a margarita, I'll drink all night.
Okay. Especially on a hot day.
Oh
It's
yeah,
not terrible. Or a mojito.
Yeah.
Mojitos
aren't
good on a
bad,
hot day, too.
but unfortunately, because mojito's what champagne and
Rum.
orange juice. Oh, it's rum. Then what was
Oh,
I
I
thinking?
think you're thinking of mimosa.
Never mind. Okay, yeah. No,
What are you,
mimosas
mom? Mom at brunch
mimosas and
over here?
screwdrivers are no go for me. That's just like
Yeah.
I don't get that drunk, but I will be in the bathroom puking the rest of the night. So I don't do that stuff.
Oh. Is it the OJ? It's got to be
Yep.
the OJ plus the
It's
booze.
the OJ.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a weird. I always thought that was strange. I go straight, but I'm even weirder. I'm like, oh yeah, I don't like vodka, but give me a Bloody Mary. Yeah. I don't know why, but they're good.
Most people look at me weird when I go to bars because if I start drinking liquor while I'm out, it's almost always going to be rum. And I'll just ask for a shot of Captain Morgan straight up. And everyone's just like, what is wrong with you? And I'm like, nothing. Other than maybe I'm a pirate. Go.
I mean, do you guys got the hard cider out there like Angry Orchard and stuff? I'm pretty sure you do.
Yeah, Angry Orchard, I think, is nationwide.
Okay. I got something for you. You get the basically it's a depth charge, but you just drop the shot of either Fireball or rum in the hard cider. Boom.
Yeah, I've done rum in there.
Kicks the hard cider up a notch. Yeah, it's good.
But Fireball. God, man.
Yeah, it's good.
I killed myself on Fireball.
Yeah. I mean, tastes like doesn't taste good.
Yeah.
But in hard cider, it's actually doable. It's got to be in something like ice cold. Otherwise, it's
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's also a lot of liquor. A lot of liquor tastes better when it's ice cold.
That's true. That's true. I mean, well, then again, I have become a little long in the tooth, so I do like my whiskey neat. So, and people look at me like I'm crazy.
I mean, to be fair, I do have a bottle of Avalor hiding in one of my shelves right now. I think I've had 3 shots since my birthday, but that was one shot on my birthday. It's some form of like bourbon, which I know is very close to whiskey, but surprisingly, bourbon isn't. It doesn't have quite the same effect as whiskey, so I can get away with drinking a shot here and there. I don't know what it is, but like it's Jack Daniels is up here in terms of don't touch it. Jim Beam.
Yeah, Jim Beam's disgusting. I don't
see. I find Jim Beam more pleasant to go down than Jack Daniels, but it's right below Jack in terms of it only takes 4 shots instead of 3. Then you've got what is that Irish whiskey?
Jameson.
Yes, my ex loved that. No, 4 or 5 shots of Jameson, and I was just like, I don't know where I'm at. What am I doing? I don't remember the night before.
Oh man. Hey, I mean, if you ever want to erase a bad memory, yeah, I mean, just think about that memory, just take a few shots, and boom, gone.
Yeah, that may have been part of the reason the back window got broke out.
Oh well, yeah. Okay. Consequences of the memory erasure.
Yeah, as it's being erased, it's that like full hard hit of emotions from it, and it's just
Rage.
Which was a complete open hand slap to my back window, and I shattered the entirety of it so bad that the shards of glass were up on my dash. Like there's still shards of glass in my car that I'm finding, and this is 6 years ago now.
Dang, Garrett, you're wiry. You're wiry strong. Bam.
Yeah, that's apparently the night one of my cousins is like, okay, don't piss off Garrett. Yeah, like a week later, I went over to their house, and he's like, "Dude, I didn't realize how strong you were. You just straight up slapped that." And I was like, "Don't remind me. Like, I had to drive home fucking 300 miles without a back window, and it was 105 out, and I was hungover.
Oh,
That was not a fun drive."
oh, hungover in the heat. It's one thing you like in the cold. That's at least somewhat of a relief.
Yeah.
Oh my god, in the heat, it's disgusting. There was one time I remember I was out partying with my boys when I worked at Papa John's, and I didn't have that many beers, to mind you, but it was hot. It was a hot, muggy, just weekend. And I woke up the next day and I'm like, oh crap, I gotta go cut the lawn at my grandpa's house. Halfway through, I felt like I was just all my insides were just gonna come out. And I was like, I need to sit down for at least an hour and drink water. My grandpa's like, what are you, a camel? I'm like, I'm hungover from like 4 beers. And he's like, I remember when I wasn't a wuss. And I'm like, this is not the time for a lecture. This is not the time for it. I can't do it today.
Leave me alone. Let me just
let me
drink my water and go back to mowing. God.
Yeah,
my dad did that to me.
It was awful. Oh,
that was bad. Oh, did we cut out?
Yeah.
There we go.
Nope, we're good. I'm in. You in?
All right. Yep, we're good.
Oh, dude, the heat and a hot hangover. Oh, that. You know how they say, like, what's the old saying? Like, cat on a hot tin roof? Whew.
No.
That's the feeling of heat and a hangover.
I will say,
like those paws got to be burning. Your mind, your brain is just on. It's just on fire. Like your whole head is just.
Yep.
Like, oh yeah, let me go stick my head in gasoline and find a match.
I will say though, one of the nice things is if you at least drink a bunch of water before you go to bed out here, and you got to go out and work out in the sun all day, usually by 10 a.m. you sweated it all out and you're perfectly fine. It's the weirdest thing. I know It doesn't sound right, but when it's 115 in your, because I used to do air conditioning, HVAC, be 115, okay. I'd be out on top of a roof, and I'm just sitting there just drenched in sweat, pouring, and my boss is looking at me, he's like, how much did you drink last night? And I was like, 24 pack. And he's like, yep, I know those days. Here, have another water bottle. No. It's all gone, and you sit down for a couple minutes, you get back up, you go to work, and you're drenched in sweat again. Yeah. It's a weird thing for people that haven't been exposed to it. I'll definitely say that.
Yeah. One of my cures was the newfound tranny beer that always worked.
Newfound tranny.
Bud
Light.
You drink the night before, and you get enough. You just get that much sleep. You drink some water, then you crack open either a Bud or a Miller Light, pound it, and then you're good to go. Because that usually the alcohol kills the
negates it,
kills the effects of the. Yep, that's usually what has worked for me. Shocker, I know.
I was a man of wake up and pop a shot of whiskey, or not whiskey, wow. Pop a shot of rum. Usually would kill most of it. But if I didn't have that, just go sweat out in that 115-degree Arizona freaking sun where you want to die.
Ugh.
Dude, anything over 100... No. Anything over 105... is like your brain is melting, and it is not fun.
Oh my god, and I like heat. I can usually stand it, but that sounds just you're torturing yourself.
Basically,
but
and
I mean,
I'm someone to run out in flip-flops, athletic shorts, and a light hoodie in the middle of a snowstorm.
Yeah.
So
It's because you're used to it.
what, used to the heat, so I love the cold? I mean, that might be it.
Yeah. Yeah. So now you're part like Cobra, or like you're possibly part reptilian. Speaking of right-wing controversies.
Hey, leave me alone. We don't joke about that at my work. I wasn't eating popcorn like this today. I actually was just to mess with my supervisor. Because we have an ongoing joke that I'm a lizard person. It was, I don't even know how it started at this point, but it was just a hilarious joke. So, like, every other Friday, they do actual nice homemade popcorn in the office. And so I had a big old bag, and I'm sitting there just with a handful. And intentionally heard my one of the, well, he's not my supervisor anymore because I changed teams, but we're all still on the same floor. And I heard him talking to one of my coworkers. So I stood up, poked my head over the cubicle, and was just like, and he just looks at me and he goes, "Did you not get a shower today? Couldn't get hydrated from a shower? So now you're really looking like a lizard?" We just make the most ridiculous jokes at work. Like, for a corporate setting, dude, some of the stuff we say and do is so outlandish it should get us fired. But to be fair, our corporate headquarters is back in the Midwest somewhere. We're just kind of like an offshoot of the corporate division that stayed out here because the director and vice president of my department said, "Nah, we're not moving over there."
And let me guess, you're just a bunch of dudes.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no?
Dude, we have some. The chick I was talking about that was talking to my supervisor, she is just as bad as we are in terms of like cracking ridiculous jokes. Like, we'll be talking about hunting, and she'll just come around the corner and say some fucking left field joke, and we're just like, "What the fuck? Really?" Like, it's so bad that I don't even want to say half the stuff we say at work. And mainly it's because, well, we had a huge shakeup earlier this year, so most of us aren't happy with a lot of the new supervisors. So in order to get over that, we're just talking shit, basically, but at an extreme level.
I mean, that's, yeah.
No.
With my boss, I can get away with most of that too. She's pretty cool about it. It's kind of funny.
The director of my department.
Just don't like go completely overboard, but
the director of my department
talks as much shit as we do.
I was in not a private meeting. I was in a meeting with my new team and the director of our department. He was cracking he, she, they, them jokes the whole time. And we're all dying laughing. And the funny thing is, we're making fun of one of our vendors about this because they, so trying to prevent actual information from getting out. Long story short, one of our seniors was in a meeting with this third-party vendor with a couple of our supervisors and the director. And he changed, because they all put their, like, in the middle of the meeting, they all put their pronouns in there, she, they, them, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So he does attack helicopter. They start fucking raging in the middle of a meeting to the point that their CEO got on the meeting and was like, "Hey, settle the fuck down. You guys are making us look bad." And the aftermath of it was their CEO apologizing to our director, going, "Dude, I understand why they're mad to a degree, but the level of professionalism they showed is absolutely abhorrent. Your guy cracked a half-assed joke that should have been at most a and moved on." Like, and my director is fully supports this type of shit. we just crack jokes all the time that are just outlandish and ridiculous. We talk about God, we talk about politics, we talk about guns. It's insane what we get away with where I work. And it's all because our main corporate headquarters is out in the Midwest somewhere. And
Yeah,
best
and you
part
don't have to
is
worry about it.
when they show up, we get 2 days head notice. Hey guys, you got one more day of bullshitting. After that, you got to chill for X amount of time till they leave. And mind you, we're last week. Not only do we have our uh, main corporate office come in, like a lot, like we had I think 40 VPs come in. We also had the entire management staff of our Mexico team and one of our European teams come in. And they intentionally were like, nah, we are not doing this today. We're going to go rent a meeting room out downstairs on the first floor. And so we all still got to talk shit the whole time they were there. Like that's how good my management is in terms of just, you know what, free reign. You guys are all adults and capable of having these conversations. I mean,
It's got to lead to a happier workplace too. Like, isn't that what they're aiming for?
dude, it's shocking because I grew up in that environment of no, you don't offend someone. Well, I don't want to say I grew up in that environment because my parents were not about that shit. But schooling and other stuff were like, don't offend people. You don't want to make a hostile work environment. Some of the other places I've worked, like a mortgage bank, were like, oh no, that's too far. You can't do that. Or I'm currently out there like, nah, you guys go full balls to the wall and you guys are responsible for correcting your own actions and making up with each other and making sure it's not a hostile work environment. Otherwise, we fire you both. And we're like, okay, fair enough.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. That I actually wish more places were like that. If you guys are both jerk offs, guess what? Both jerk offs are done. If one wants to be a jerk off, you're done. Like it's like okay. I mean that's fair. Like it's not any. That's like see that's the thing. Like that is where a lot of this political correctness garbage gets into play when everybody tries to overcompensate for what you said, pronouns, and shocker there. I just saw something that a lot of HR folks are disregarding pronouns on resumes now because they basically see the headache coming. Like they basically see, oh, I got to treat this person. They're not going to be qualified. Number one. Number two, this is some kind of diversity quota crap. So they're not going to be able to critically solve problems, but they're just going to be so obsessed about their identity that this is not even going to be worth investing any time into this person. And I'm just like, people got to, and I know this is dehumanizing in a way, but look at professional athletes. Professional athletes are the quintessential capitalist commodity. If you really want to break it down, you have a human being who is so highly specialized in something and has to run at a capacity for a full-length season, whether it be a Major League Baseball season, a NASCAR season, an NHL hockey season, an NFL football season, or an NBA basketball season. They have to run at that high of a capacity for that long and be so in just we're talking like peak I mean, this is peak physical performance.
Yep.
Like it's not anything to be, it's not anything to be shy about. But no wonder why they're worth the money that they're worth. Because it's like people want to bitch about, oh well, they get paid too much, or they're like, well, they're basically slaves to a corporate master in a way. I'm like, wake up and smell the roses. You can't be that stupid, because it's like, okay, so if you're somebody who thinks you're worth more than getting $12 an hour, try out for the Olympics. I mean, I'm like, I don't know, like what do you want? Like, what do you want me to do? Like, what do you want me to say? Like, it's like somebody who is that capable of doing that, and they're complaining about, well, they're just slaves on a plantation to some kind of corporate boss. Well, that corporate boss not only made a ton of money being basically in a capitalist society, and maybe he or she made that money ethically or unethically. That's up to kind of an interpretation thing, like you said with the Rockefellers.
Yeah, to a certain degree, there's
Not
interpretation.
exactly. There are various interpretations, but as you could say, okay, well, there's white players on the team too, as well as black players. So you're telling me that are the white men owned by the main white man of the sports team, of the CEO of the sports team, or is everybody equal? Like, is that oh well, that black quarterback's not getting paid enough versus that white quarterback? No. We're not going to have those conversations, because now there's mixed race quarterbacks along with black quarterbacks, along with white quarterbacks, all getting paid just as much, just as equal, and they're all worth their weight because they are completely based. Because if you look at the bottom and once it drops out, the disparity between, we're talking top 1% versus the rest of the league, there's like 5 guys, and 3 of them are either mixed race or black. Really? That's the kind of conversation. Well, you just don't know. It's like do you understand like the level of skill that these guys are playing at? That's the first thing. Like that's like you like to grasp that, and then to just say something so completely irrelevant to the situation. It's like, not only do these guys, albeit maybe they did it in not so ethical ways to get where they're at, just like their owners of the teams, but they're performing at a high level, and they are getting paid what they're getting paid because they're putting butts in seats. People are coming to see them.
Yep.
Okay. Like
99% of the world can't. Screw the world. 99% of America can't even claim that they're as good as these athletes. Like, I have my personal gripes. I have personal reasons why I'm like, we shouldn't pay athletes this much, per se.
Yeah.
But at the same time, as from a company perspective, all these people are paying. If you add up all the money that people are paying, it's billions of dollars a year to see these people. So yeah, to the company, they're worth this. Now, should I think pro sports should be at this level? No, I don't. However, like you said, these guys are at peak physical condition. These guys are busting their ass. These guys are putting it all on the line. Like, I talk shit about LeBron James all the time. Could I compete with LeBron James? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like,
I'm just dunking.
I can't
talk about a meme,
dude.
a dunk on meme.
Like, I don't like the dude at all. I think he's not the greatest basketball player in the world, but he's a shit ton better than me, and he's a shit ton better than the rest of the United States. So that's why he's paid so much.
Yeah. And that's why he's in tons of endorsement. I mean, look at Tiger Woods until his fall from grace. Same concept. And they're like, well, black people can't cut into this country. I'm like, seriously? Are you stupid? Like, you can't be that dumb. Like, okay,
that's
fine.
Such a disingenuous statement.
Like, is Peyton Manning a figment of my imagination? Is Tom Brady a figment of my imagination? Then, like, are they just guys that just like they just made it, like, just because of their race, or did they not win Super Bowls, MVPs, just continuously at just peak level, keep their teams going, and put the team on their backs and said, "Hey guys, we're going for it"? Is that, I don't know. Does that have nothing like does that take away from like a guy like, let's say, Patrick Mahomes, who is mixed race? He puts the team on his back and says, "Hey guys, we're going to win this Super Bowl."
Yep.
Does that denigrate from him any less? I mean, I don't see the difference. That's called a leader. That's just as important as having a competent boss. That's a guy or gal, or whatever your pronouns are, put them on your back and say, "Let's go." I mean, takes guts, takes something. There's something about a person that can just do that, right? And it's just like, to me, like when that quantifies somebody, singling out a leader on the outright, right? And they're like, oh well, Alex Jones is his caricature, and then you have a guy like Fuentes who's pretty much even more of a caricature than Jones in a way, because not only Jones at least doesn't have the balls to take like the church and be like, oh well, he just says outlandish things because he's just an outlandish human being. He's just an outlandish dude, which is
However,
great because it's
right.
awesome.
He's right more often
Because
than
it makes
not,
you think.
Which is
It's
creepy.
crazy.
Yeah,
It's fucking it's nuts. But he weaves this tapestry of just verbal diarrhea, and you're just like, I can't stop. Like, you can't stop. Like, it's like you can't stop listening because you're like, what is he gonna say next? Because it's insane, but it's right. like my brain. I can't do this.
they're turning the frogs
But he's
gay.
a leader.
Oh, turns out to be correct. Damn.
That, sir, is sciencely true. It's science-based and factual. I told you. I told you. You did tell us. He told us. But is he right? and the thing is, it's so funny because it's like when you blow up these echo chambers, much like sports, much like politics. It's kind of, and sports, I've synonymized sports and politics are pretty similar in America. Like it's like watching the same thing. But when they try to have impressed the ideological things that are at best fake into sports, no wonder why people half the audience is gone. Or not attending games, or just completely done with the leagues, because it's disrespectful to the military, which I know has its own set of, I understand, it has its own sense of things, but it's disrespectful to first responders. People who I know, and I'm not licking the boots or anything, but it's disrespectful to people like more than just police officers, firefighters,
EMTs.
EMS workers. Yeah, like it's just straight up disrespectful to them too, and they're laying there, they're laying their asses on the line. Like, it's like, come on, you want people who care about the community. Oh, yep. Sorry, we got to support this cause this week or this cause this month. Well, it's kind of gonna be hard to raise every voice and sing, as they call it, the Black National Anthem in the first week of the NFL, when you can't sing because you're dead because an EMT worker forgot to get you in the middle of the ghetto. Just a hunch.
Yeah, that honestly, a lot of that shit comes back to culture.
Yep.
It drives me nuts because it doesn't matter what fucking race you are. I have seen whites, blacks, Mexicans, Asians, all of the same culture that is disgusting, deceitful, and destructive to individuals and society. And then I've seen these same races come together and create amazing things for society. Like, you've got Dr. Ben Carlson, one of the leading surgeons in the world. I don't remember what he specializes in right now, but he's one of the most genuine human beings that is hyper intelligent. You can't say that based on race. That's based on culture. That was an upbringing of becoming a better human being, striving to be better than what he was born as, striving to help other people and grow and become an amazing human being. And then you've got people that are the complete opposite. And I don't really want to give people a platform. I don't want to give them say their names out loud, because unfortunately you say their names out loud and you're going to get those specific groups of people that are like, oh, let me go Google this guy. I don't know who he is. Oh, they killed him unjustifiably. And it's like, not really. There's a lot of context you're missing, but okay. And yeah, it's another one of my tangents I'm going to cut off before I go down that rabbit hole.
Okay. We might revisit because they do the same thing with Dyer. Dyer screwed up so much of what not I'm not going to say he screwed up a lot of like what I guess you could say he's this new trend of orthodoxy that's on the internet. So e-orthodoxy, just kind of like the same thing. Fuentes has brought a radical edge to Catholicism, and even though Catholicism has its own issues,
Yep.
to put it nicely. But besides that, like people who are true in their faith, whether it be any three denominations, somebody like him takes away from that, and that's sad. That's disingenuous. It sucks because it's like, well, now you have to like meme this whole trad lifestyle. Oh well, like you said, and how he said about people who are very much confused in their mental disparity or their mental illness. They need to come back to God. They need to help themselves. They need to try to help others along with that because it's sad when you have somebody who, let's say, is an addict, to like alcohol, drugs or alcohol, and they usually, when they come out of it and they try to better themselves, God bless them, and they try to become better people, they usually turn around and become counselors, and they usually turn around and become people who want to very much level with people who have been in that situation and who are in that situation. And you know what? That shows a lot about somebody, because if I mean that right there, that's amazing. Like that's selflessness. Because I used to be, I mean, yeah, but like that shows character, and you don't see that out of these. Like Dyer can talk about all the crap he wants to talk about. He's still wrong. Like he's still wrong. And that's just it with somebody like Fuentes. I have barely listened to him. I don't really care to listen to him. I never really did. But he's a phony. Like you said, like you got that bad vibe from him. I got the same vibe from Dyer. It was just like this guy's off his rocker. There's something there that's just not right. And when your intuition speaks to you, it's just like, okay, I'll move on. And people can say, they can say all these things online, but they're the right wing on that aspect. They're just as disingenuous and just as misled as people pushing the other stuff on the left or whatever, the non-traditional stuff, right? They're just as disingenuous as that as the other side.
And it drives me nuts because a lot of people on the right are like, oh yeah, we're traditionalists, and I'm like, cool, so we're going back to a free society without an authoritarian boot? Well, no, we need an authority, we need a monarchy, or we need fascism or socialism or some variant of communism, which is nuts that I've heard people on the right even cheer for communism. And I'm just like, you guys don't understand that as a traditional person, we should be more focused on our individual freedoms and our individual self-control, as well as not necessarily giving the church power to dictate your life, but giving the church the power to teach, correct, and rebuke all of us. And they're like, no, I need a government. I need Daddy Boot to step on me. And it's like, no, go away. Man-made authorities will always be sinful in some way or another. Yes, you'll get a really good human being that will run a great kingdom or a great country, and they'll do phenomenal, and they will push the word of God, and the very next one will do 180 opposite degree. Look at Israel. When Israel versus Judah split, Israel had no good kings. They got destroyed pretty quickly. Judah was saved because they had a few good kings. But what they always go back to? Very terrible kings that were contradicting the word of God and believing in idols and basically paganism. And it led to their ultimate destruction. And that's the problem. When you give humans the authority to control your life and dictate what you're going to do, you will almost always end up in a worse position than you started off, versus giving your life to God and letting the Holy Spirit dictate how you should live.
Yeah. I mean, look at as how you could basically kind of imprint Cain and Abel onto like Gog and Magog. Like, I mean, that's kind of, the good king, bad king scenario. But Cain and Abel are a microcosm of that in a lot of ways. Or like, what's the other one? I mean, Judas and Jesus is the obvious one. But what about King David? And I'm thinking his brother. Was his brother envious or jealous? No, was it King David? Because David turned into Israel. No, Jacob turned into Israel.
Yeah, I was about to say you're like a few thousand years off on that one.
Yeah.
Are you thinking of Joseph?
Oh man. Oh, Joseph was betrayed.
But Joseph was betrayed by his brothers, except for Reuben.
Yes.
Reuben came back, found out, and basically, in whether verbally, physically, or whatever, I don't remember, but he basically beat the shit out of his brothers in one way or another, and made them go tell their dad. And that kind of leads into another conversation that I was kind of not necessarily trying to avoid, but not something I wanted to necessarily get into. And that is kind of the Israel mindset, unfortunately, is where they'll betray each other, slaughter each other, genocide each other, and then one of the older brothers has to come in, beat the shit out of them, and be like, hey, straighten up.
Yeah.
And that's a whole other aspect that the dissident right doesn't understand. They just all Jews, and it's like, first off, you guys don't even know how to define the term Jew or Israel. And you're trying to blame them all when there's internal struggles that they're having to try to prevent this shit from happening. And you just want to kill them all off.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's pretty disgusting when they like deny like on how during a certain period of time from 1940 to 1945 on how the Ushdaj and basically the Nazi occupation of Greece, the Lebensraum, all of that, and they're like, oh yeah, they were just killed in partisans. Do you realize like how many Orthodox Christians died as well alongside Jews? Like,
it's because
that's a pretty substantial number. Like that's nothing to like be shy about. Well, commies are worse.
They're both bad.
That's not the point of this conversation. Like, that's not the point.
Yep. And here's the thing that drives me nuts. Like, everyone always likes to talk about, like I said, killing off the Jews per se. And it's like, you do realize that most of Europe is made up of some degree of Jewish blood, right? And they're always like, no, that's not true. That's not true. And I'm like, here's the problem.
True.
Israel was taken by, was it Assyria before Judea was taken by Babylon? And they were scattered
because
throughout the European Empire, or whatever the European term was at the time. And so a lot of the Germanic tribes, a lot of the Russians, a lot of all the Europeans have I'm not going to say large, but a decent amount of Jewish,
Slavic, Hellenic.
Yep.
Slavic, Hellenic, Hispanic. I don't know the haplogroups. I don't really care. Like Scandinavian or Nordic.
They all have a large percent.
French. Then you have like the offshoot of like the Hispanics, which are like the Iberians, Italians.
Yep.
They're their own. The Italians are their own whole thing. And then, yeah, I mean that's it. That's basically all I can think of when it comes to European descent. But for like the main ones.
This kind of goes back into the point I was making earlier, is that scattering of them caused it for them to become, I'm going to say inbred, but mixed in with all these other cultures. So that infighting continued to happen during that time frame. And I will stake my reputation on the fact that the whole entire fighting and genocide of World War II, the Holocaust, was a certain sect of Jewish descent mad at a whole entire other descent of Jewish people. And so they tried to slaughter them off. And part of my reasoning behind that is I got to sit down with a Jew from New York, hardcore atheist dude, got really drunk with him one night, and he goes off on this tangent about how Hitler was right and he killed off the right Jews. He just needed to kill them all off instead of letting some
Ooh.
of them live. And I looked at him, I was like, you really believe that Hitler killed off your own brothers in a good manner? And he goes, oh, yeah, they stopped us from doing what we want. And I was like, oh, shit, I should probably
What
quit drinking with
exactly
this
did
dude.
you want? Yeah.
And I did not go out drinking with that guy ever again. I cut off all contact and was just like, nope, not doing that.
That's basically like, I mean, the Serbs fought with different, I guess, variations of Serbs. Remember in the 90s, the whole Kosovo, Serbia thing? That was
Yeah.
basic ethnic infighting. I mean, that right
There's
there is just a microcosm outside of
there was a lot more
having to
to it.
throw around the Semitic word.
There's a lot more to that
Yeah.
fighting than we were exposed to. Actually, one of my best friends is from Serbia. He grew up there until he was about 12. He was
Wow.
actually in the middle of the fighting in Kosovo when it happened. What we were lied about, from his words, is that it was Muslims slaughtering the Christians there. And Serbia was primarily Christian at the time. And they had enough of it, so they went to war. Orthodox specifically, yes. So they went to war against the Muslims, and for whatever reason, NATO, alongside the U.S., decided, let's bomb the Christians. Let's bomb the Orthodox.
Yep.
And then we got a movie like, what is it, Behind Enemy Lines, where they go, oh, look at all these Muslims slaughtered in a ditch somewhere. And it's like, dude, there's literal actual evidence and pictures of it being the Serbian Orthodox Christians that are all buried in mass graves, and the Muslims are pissing on them. Like, I couldn't believe it when I saw some of the pictures he brought up. And I was just like, wow, how was this never brought up in the mainstream media? How was this never brought up in anywhere in America for the most part? Because it's like a slim portion of our population that understands what actually happened over there. And it's just, don't get me wrong, there's probably a lot more to it than that.
Yeah.
But I know that was one of the main factors, is that Islam came in because, well, Islam comes into everyone's country and decides that I want to control it.
Yep.
And it always ends up in a bloodbath. That's why the sheiks of India incorporated fighting and weapons into their religion when they used to be a 100% peaceful people. They were big into the whole.
Sikhs.
I respect Sikhs like none other.
They're a warrior class.
They are. And they have a whole belief that you are peaceful up until you're sleeping next to a rabid dog, and then you must remove the rabid dog. And
it's pretty stoic, actually. No, I can't. That's very masculine too. If you think about it, instead of all this, and I feel like the left and right wing are overtly feminine outrage. Like there's a lot of that going on because I need to impose my ideology on you, and if you don't believe it, well, there must be something wrong with you. Instead, the approach is, if we don't have a strong steady hand with that rabid dog to correct that behavior, then the rabid dog has to go.
Yep.
Like that's how you deal with problems. That's like and women are led by men. That perspective helps, instead of men acting like women and outraging that somebody doesn't believe in their ideology. That's not the right way to go about it. Like that's not the right way to win an argument. And the problem is like when I listen to that Fuentes Dyer debate, I'm like, they were respectful with one another. That I did find appealing. That I was like, okay, this is not the worst conversation I have ever heard, because they were giving each other turns, but then slowly Fuentes lost his grip. Then he started to lose the conversation because of, well, my pappy see this, my pappy see that, meh, 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 meh. And then Dyer very much held the reins and was like, well, explain yourself, Nick. Well, that's okay. We'll get back to it. No, explain. Like, please, just, I'm giving you the floor. I'm giving you more than your allotted time. I'm being completely courteous and nice about it. Go for it. Please, just explain it. That's like, I'm not gonna come back and criticize you for it. Just say it. Just say it. And it, no, well, that's not it. Well, I mean, that's if you're dealing with a cranky, if you're dealing with a kid that you have to ground, that's the response you'll get. No, I don't want to do it. Like,
Yep.
steady hand.
If you can't logically explain your point without emotionally coming undone and going, no, I'm not going to, like you said, you have no business leading. You have no business in charge. Yeah. And I'm not saying this as, oh, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to be in charge. No, I still have to control my emotions. I still struggle with that. I'm not wanting to lead because I know this. However, I'm not going to follow someone that is more emotionally inept than I am.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of crazy on how, like, innately as human beings, if you're in tune with it and or you have some sense of it, on how fast we can read that off of each other. You know, like that's just, I feel that's something that's just so uniquely human.
Yeah. Emotions are wild,
and
man.
it's definitely something AI and computers. Yeah, but it's just something even AI, computers, and even other beings can't really comprehend. Well, I'm pretty sure the closest thing that can comprehend it are probably dogs. They're probably the closest.
Dogs and dolphins.
But dolphins? Okay.
That's because dolphins are also sick, twisted animals, a lot like humans. So,
and they're smart. They're freaking intelligent. Like, they are really smart. Octopus too. I hear octopi are very, like, insanely intelligent. That's creepy to think that.
It's almost like the size of your brain doesn't necessarily matter. It's more how you use what you've got.
I mean, when you got 8 tentacles, you can camouflage yourself and be pretty adaptable. I mean, that's kind of neat.
Yeah.
They're also pretty tasty. So I got to say that.
Haven't had one yet. But I'm also not a seafood type of guy. I do enjoy some lobster. Not a fan of shrimp anymore. I used to like it, but not anymore. But
no,
nah.
Shrimp is good.
If I'm gonna eat a bottom feeder, I'm gonna go get a nice channel cat.
Catfish?
Mm-hmm.
You said go. Okay. On a po' boy?
A what?
On a po' boy? Catfish on a po' boy?
I've
That's
actually never
basically a
heard that
sub.
term. Oh no.
No? Okay.
No, dude, just straight up catfish. Grill it, fry it. I don't care. A good quality catfish that has not been in a disgusting lake surrounded by humans. So, like northern Arizona, we've got some of the best channel cat because people don't go out to these streams. They don't go out to these rivers because they're so far and desolate that most people don't find it worth it. So you go out to some of these places, you can get some, because normally the smaller the catfish, the better the tasting is. But the further back you go
Okay.
into some of these places, you can get these 24 to 36 inches, even large. Like I've seen some that came out as freaking 6 foot tall catfish.
Oh my
And like
God.
I've got family pictures. My dad's got them right now, and they're in our family history book. But there's catfish that they have that are taller than my great grandpa, and he's 6'2". And they're pulling them out of these channels, like way back where no one goes. And I didn't have any of those because those were like predating me being alive, probably even predating my dad. But I've got friends and other family members that still go to these same spots, and they still pull out solid 3 to 4 foot catfish out of there, and they are so much better than even the 2 foot catfish I can pull out of the lakes nearby.
Wow.
So I'm kind of picky on fish, but I'm not a fan
Okay.
of fish for the most part. But when it's a good fish, I will pig out on it because it's good, and that's usually channel cat for me.
Is catfish a whitefish?
That's a good question. I have no idea.
Okay. It's not. I know it's not red like like salmon.
Catfish is a whitefish
like,
per myplate.gov.
Okay. I mean, I've had it. I know it's flaky.
When cooked right, it's amazing.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of what's the other one? Walleye.
Haven't had any walleye yet.
Ever have deep fried walleye?
No.
Walleye and catfish are pretty similar. I would have to say they're pretty similar tastes. But I haven't had. Oh my gosh, catfish. I'm more of a flounder.
Mm-hmm.
So then again, that's also an Animal House reference too. So
that's probably one of the few books I didn't actually read growing up. That was for my
which
school.
one?
Animal House. Oh no, it's Animal Farm. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm talking about the movie Flounder,
Yeah.
the fat guy.
Yeah, I had to. It clicked in my brain as I was saying. I was like, "Wait, I'm saying the wrong thing. Whoops."
Animal Farm it's both satirical and at the same time, it's definitely not satirical.
Yeah, it definitely messed with some of the kids I went to high school with.
Yeah.
Like,
It's like it's not I wouldn't call it as intellectual. I wouldn't call it as like obviously 1984 played on human emotion more and psychological kind of very very much like man it almost was like you were reading a thriller, like what was going to happen next. It kept you going, whereas Animal Farm was kind of just straight up, it is what it is.
yeah.
In some ways it felt like a South Park episode. like it did. Like it had some like things I could see South Park taking and going absolutely bonkers with it.
I'll have to
But
go take a look.
the
Or I'll
creators
have
of
to go
South
read
Park,
it.
I should say.
I'll have to go read it then.
I
See
did
what
it.
it's
I
about.
did it on an audiobook. Yeah, it's basically like. I mean, it could be taken. It could be taken in the racial context. It could be taken. It was more so the class context, like you said, with kings and lords inheriting the land, but the working class not being able to have that land or the wealth. It was more so geared towards something like that. But
Yeah.
I could see people taking it. It's subjective. It's to its interpretation because of the way he like used the animals as characters. But he also caricatured the groups of animals. So I could definitely see on how it could be taken and various different contexts, but my favorite was definitely the pig. The pigs were by far the most stereotypical, like the most.
All right, in fact, let me go see if I can write myself a note for that.
Yeah, I mean it's not a long book, but it's fun. Like the voice actors who did the animals too, they had some fun with it.
Doesn't need to be a long book. It's an Orwell book, so it's gonna pique my interest more than likely.
He was quite a prolific satirist and writer.
He made me think more than I had to think more while reading his books, specifically Fahrenheit 451, and he had the short story about walking outside after dark with the lamp on and lamp off. I don't remember exactly because that was a long time ago. I read that one. He's got Fahrenheit 451. What's the other major one besides Animal Farm and 451?
1984.
Thank you, 1984. Those books made me. Those books made me think so much harder than when I was in physics or calculus. Like it's nuts how much more that made me actually think and open my mind and start realizing stuff from different contexts and understanding that you can easily be manipulated just like that. Takes no time at all. And you got to guard yourself from being manipulated at all times. And I got to give it to Orwell. Man, I don't know. God may have touched him and said, you need to write this because this is actually what's going to a degree, happen in the future. I don't know. But that dude was intelligent in terms of understanding where our society was heading.
But he was also like the kind of the ingenious part about the way he could satirize. And he made like I'm not really familiar. I've only seen who was it? Alfred Hitchcock that did the old Fahrenheit 51 movie? Was it Hitchcock that directed it?
I don't remember. Give me a second. I can look it up.
Because I know there's a black and white version of Fahrenheit 51, and I know there is a colored version of Fahrenheit 51. And I want to say it was Hitchcock. It just seemed like he did it.
Yeah, you've got the 2018 one, which I didn't know came out. The one I watched was 1966, which is directed by Francois Truffaut.
Oof, I
remember watching that one when I was in school.
Maybe it was a black and white one that was a concept or a theme of Fahrenheit. Maybe that was it. Because wasn't it like I can't. Dang, I know like loosely what the plot is. I forgot. Wasn't it like somebody who reported the news that got? No, that's not it. That's not it. That's something of something else.
451.
Yeah. What is like somebody who like?
So 451 was a time frame when they were burning all the books and they were only allowing magazines, newspapers, and movies to continue. And one of the firefighters is what they called them because they were the ones going and burning the books in the houses with all these things, started collecting them and reading them and understanding that they were destroying the knowledge and trying to control the population via this. And so he got, I don't remember who reported him, but someone close to him reported him. And he was one of the firefighters burning all this stuff. So his buddies came and tried to quote unquote, save him and burn the house down. Well, he ended up on the run, joining up with a bunch of other people that, instead of carrying books, memorized them and wandered around the United States or whatever. I want to say it's the U.S. It's been, been 15 years since I've read that. Yeah, it looks like 1966 version has Alfred Hitchcock in it. I don't know. It's really weird.
Grabbing a brew.
All right, yeah, I'll take this time to Do that. Give me a minute. I'll be right back.
Had to shed some light on the situation.
You're all good.
Yeah, it
So
was getting moody on my end. I felt like I was in an emo rock video or something.
So, kind of off topic for a quick just spurt. Maybe you should name this podcast "Off the Rails" with James Spears.
No, I already stuck with it. Right wing racket complex. Because we need to have a complex. We're talking about somewhat complex issues. But now I got to plug it, right? Because this is what the podcast is officially sponsored by. Imagine that. And there it is. Give me Jimmy's. Now that I got a clear glass, well, clear beer.
One of your brews.
There it is. Yep. It's Mexican too.
Oh, interesting.
You can't say that. You can't say that on the internet. You can't say that though. It's not allowed.
Everyone else can go get fucked. Your beer's pretty good.
Can't say that. Can't say that on the internet. You can say whatever you want on the internet. You know what's crazy shit I've read on the internet?
We grew up in a time.
More crazy shit.
We grew up in a time where the stuff on the internet was non-censored to such a degree that,
oh my god,
I don't even want to get into how bad some of that stuff was. Really,
but fantastic.
I mean, some of it was, but I mean, you've also got Pain Olympics.
Pain Olympics? Stuff. Oh,
yeah. There's a lot of. Oh, yeah. After this, I'll send you, or actually, I'll send you the real name on Telegram. Don't look up videos or images. Just look up what it was about.
Yeah,
and you'll understand. Actually, I'll give you a. Give me a second.
Remember Newgrounds?
Oh my goodness, yeah.
That stuff was funny. I mean, they should for Adult Swim, like some of the stuff I saw on there with Cartoon Network. I'm like, this is nothing. I'm like, compared to Newgrounds,
that's not like, a lie, dude.
This stuff is pedestrian. I'm like, this is.
My parents came in when I was young watching Adult Swim, and they're like, "What is this degenerate stuff?" And I'm like, "Nothing." And then I showed them Newgrounds, and they're like, this is on the internet?" And I was like, "Oh, you guys have no idea what's on the internet."
What's more messed up, me laughing about it or me not laughing at what's on Cartoon Network? I don't know.
To be fair, as weird and creepy as Cartoon Network was, it was honestly not as bad as Nickelodeon was.
No. Ren and Stimpy, my God.
I don't know how that was allowed on the air, dude. Especially the Saw episode.
So creepy.
Then you
So
had
weird.
wasn't Roscoe's Crazy Life or whatever on that too?
Rocco's Modern Life.
Rocco's Modern Life, that's it. Yeah.
It was okay.
Dude,
Wasn't
he
as
was
near as-
working at a sex call center. Like,
Yeah.
like there's definitely stuff that went over our head as kids, but now I'm looking back and I'm like, no wonder we're so desensitized to a lot of this stuff and we assume it's normal. We grew up on cartoons talking about it.
Yeah. I mean, Newgrounds was just that salad fingers thing. Have you ever seen that? Oh my
Yes.
God.
I love the rusty
Yes.
spoon.
Oh,
I don't know why I enjoyed
creepy.
salad fingers for absolutely no reason because it was just so outlandish and ridiculous. To be fair, that was
And they're like,
still.
oh, well, kids are dying. Huh?
I was gonna say somehow that was still
Yeah.
cleaner than half the stuff on Nickelodeon.
Somehow. But the creepy factor was astronomically higher.
Oh, what was it?
I don't know how they did it.
They had that episode on digging the dead body up, and oh, he's back from war. Like, now I want to go watch it just because of how ridiculous it was. Oh,
it's not right. They have psychological testing for people like you, and they watch that stuff. It's not right. Oh, what was the? Oh man. Oh, what was the other? Like I know that Among Us thing is crazy. Like that Among Us. Is that what it is? That's the only thing like I could compare nowadays to like Newgrounds. There's those space those like
the game
pudgy
Among
looking
Us
space guys with the two. Yeah, with the two legs, and they got the visor, and they're like, like they kind of look like another version of like a minion, I guess.
Yeah. When you say that, though, I think of Stone Toss because he always puts that in his comics.
Oh, really? The space dudes, the little
yeah, like it's in a window or it's a shadowing of
funny.
a character. Like he does everything to put a Stone Toss character or a Among Us character in there. And everyone, like, it's funny because it works really well as a marketing gimmick. He's gotten so many more people to just come there just to find the Among Us guy, and they read his comic and go, "Oh, that's actually really weird. Let me go look into this." And some of the comments and discussions in the chat on his Facebook page are nuts, and it's all because of Among Us.
That's awesome. That's real fan base. That's authentic. Because that whole Among Us thing, I was like, this is crazy. Like this is nuts. Like this is something from Newgrounds would come up with. Like I saw one of the animated episodes, and I go, this is insane. The people do not need to be watching this.
Yeah,
but it's fun.
The games are fun. I love the game, but too bad it's kind of died off at this point.
Is it like an online multiplayer kind of thing?
Yeah, you run around and basically you've got a couple fraudsters and a couple. You got like I don't remember what the ratio is, but let's say you've got 2 people that are frauds, and then you've got 6 that are actual people, and they run around basically doing random tasks, turning on the engines, rebuilding the generators, fixing the med lab, just like realistic kind of stuff that you would do. And then you've got 2 guys going around faking this while killing everyone off, and the whole point is to kill everyone off before you get voted off.
So stupid.
Dude, it was so dumb, but I loved it because I'd just run around and just be like, fixing this, and some random guy would come up, and I'd kill him real quick and be like, oh my goodness, yellow came by and killed him, and everyone voted yellow off. And the best part, though, is when you had a lot of people in that game, you would sacrifice someone on your own team just to win. It was bad. It was really bad in terms of I'm going to sacrifice you. You can go die. Cool, they voted you off. Now I got to kill everyone else off because they assume I'm on their team because I called you out.
Interesting. But that's how video games roll.
Personally, a bigger fan of first-person shooter games, just because then it's like,
yeah,
at that point, it's all my skill. I'm not having to try and figure out if I'm being manipulated.
But there's political intrigue to the manipulation. You get to figure people out.
I know. And growing up, I used to be really good at social engineering, and it just I'm not going to speak for everyone that's good at social engineering, but I got to a point where it's like, this isn't even fun anymore. I feel like I'm just ruining people because I thought it was fun. Like, why am I manipulating this guy that has nothing to do with me? I get no literal benefit 90% of the time, and the times I did get benefit, it felt like I was stealing from someone. So it's like, well, why would I keep doing this?
Wow. See, for us growing up and watching screwed up cartoons, that's actually a pretty.
I'm not going to say that it's a great upbringing, but there was definitely aspects of the screwed up cartoons that taught you lessons of, hey, this sucks. This doesn't feel right, and you're hurting people. While most people are laughing at it, people that are usually critical thinkers are going, wow, I'm a piece of shit.
Yeah. Will I continue down this path, or will I pick a new direction?
Press X for doubt.
Doubt. I don't care.
Free money.
Yes. That's capitalism, baby. Who cares? Conscious be damned.
In a true capitalist society, you are actually more conscious than you are in, I would say, even a communist society, because then in a communist society, to almost succeed, you have to manipulate people in the government into buying your product, whereas in a true capitalist society, it's like, hey, here's the benefits of what I provide. You don't want it? That's fine. I'll move on to the next person. Because you're not like being forced to live in this ridiculous society by an authoritarian regime.
Unless you're woke.
Yeah.
Then it's like everything's got to be. That's disingenuous as well, because it's just like the InfoWars products. He's like, oh well, I can say all these crazy things, but buy my stuff, and it's like, bro, you just went on a tangent that I'm very not sure about some of this information, and now you're like, oh hey, by the way, buy my snake oil.
Yeah.
What?
I don't disagree. It is ridiculous, but at the same time, specifically for InfoWars, it drives me nuts. Like he was specifically when COVID happened. Alex Jones was talking about seeing this documentation about COVID got leaked from the lab in Wuhan, and that he had actual Chinese government documents admitting to it, but it's all only supposed to be in-house, and he never released it to anyone. But then, 2 years later, it turned out to be 100% true, and it's like, what? You didn't release this information, but it was true and you had it?
How did he get it?
Yeah, that's also why I personally believe Alex Jones, to a degree, is controlled opposition. He also has mentioned that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you can take control opposition and understand that they are still giving you factual information that you need to hold on to and be aware of.
Yeah. It's just what you do with it and how you,
Yep.
yeah, and how healthfully you interpret it too, because it's like, sure, like they can drum on about the certain group of people, but it's like, how do you take that information, how do you interpret it, but how do you turn it into something that's valuable? Like that's just it. Like, is there no what's the point of just like belittling people and talking about like other races of people, or like the way somebody doesn't believe the same God that you don't believe in, which, mind you, that's a whole nother gamut of something else. That's way more complex than demeaning and beating up on other races of people, or just being basically an asshat on the internet. It's that's what it boils down to. You're just being an asshat, and you want people to believe what you have to say, right, bad, or good, bad, or indifferent, or whatever. But yet you want to beat it into them so they believe you. And it's just like this is not how it's supposed to work. And you're just as bad as the people that you're supposedly against. Like, it gets nowhere.
Nick Fuentes rags on the Jews and then turns around and uses the same ideologies he claims the Jews use to control the society. And it's like, dude, you're no better. Oh, well, I'm a Catholic, so it's good. And it's like, you're taking 90% of the Bible. Like, even most Catholics understand you're taking the Bible out of context for your point of view.
Yeah.
Like, you're no better
Yeah,
than them.
he's and what was one of the most, I don't want to say like, see, it's hard for me not to find something wrong with that denomination. But it's not so much the people who follow that denomination. It's not the people who are genuine and want to be in communion in some way, shape, or form. I still see them as Western brothers, right? Whether
Yep.
Western brothers and sisters.
Yep.
And they're obviously, unfortunately, they've broken off and they're papal Protestants as far as I'm concerned. But the intent and the genuine authenticity of them wanting to be Christians is there. And you can't take that away from somebody who wants to be either, like religiously authentic or spiritually authentic with themselves and the faith that drives them, right?
Yep.
You can't take that away from somebody. That's in their heart. Like that's completely between them and God. And anybody who steps in between that, and that's where I feel like a lot of these right wing guys go. They say that they hate that certain group of people, or well, we don't like Stalin. Okay, well that's a good thing. Like, Stalin was terrible, so was Zedong. Okay, that's fine. Like, that's great. But then you need to believe what we say. So now what you're saying, now what you're doing is basically doing what he did. Like, that's like, it's the same thing. There's no difference. Well,
The
you have to believe
hypocrisy.
us. Yeah, it's like okay, that's stupid. That's not how you start off with it. Like, why are you taking something and then, not reinventing? That wouldn't be reinventing the wheel. That would just, you're
Putting
stumbling
your own
over your own
spin on it.
words. Yeah. Yeah.
You're doing the same damn thing, just putting your own spin on it and claiming to be something new.
And it's not.
It's literally rehash of rehash of rehash.
Mm-hmm.
But to your point about our brothers and sisters on the Western denominations, the Bible even talks about this. It states that you do not stop someone that preaches the word of God, even if they don't believe, because they themselves can make other people believe. Well, not make them, but allow other people to be exposed to the word of Christ and become Christians and become followers of Christ. So, like you said, where the individuals in the Catholic Church, I don't have a problem with them. I have a problem with the ideology of the Catholic Church itself.
Mm-hmm.
But the individuals, why am I going to do anything to destroy their relationship with God? Because you know what? If they're truly honest and open about becoming a Christian and being a Christian and following God, the Holy Spirit will find them.
Yeah, well.
And God will control, or not control, but God will guide them. He will guide their heart. And he'll push them and nudge them in the right direction. And that Holy Spirit will come to them and will go, hey, you made a lot of mistakes, but that's fine. Let's get you on the right path. Let's get you going this way instead of that way. We got this. You're good. So fighting individual Catholics or Protestants per se is not necessarily a benefit. Yeah, fighting the individuals is not our goal. Fighting the hypocrisy and fighting the I don't know how to say this. Fighting the mis-ideology is what we need to be focused on, not fighting the individuals. Because another thing is, we're also going to be judged, so we can't judge these people. Because God says we will be judged to the same level that we judge others. So if we're super critical of what other people of similar religions, of Protestant and Catholics and Orthodox do, God's going to hold us to the same standard we hold other people to. And I guarantee you, there's not a single human being that will meet their own standards. I sure as hell won't.
Yeah, but think about that. That's not even, God's not even at play in that card. We hold other to each other. Like, that is, how many times is that reiterated in the Bible? How many times is that reiterated in the commandments?
Yep.
We hold on to each other.
We hold each other accountable, but we don't judge each other.
Right. And I mean, that's one of the things where it's like, God doesn't even have to step in. Like, he doesn't even have to step in at that point. He's like, y'all are sorting yourselves out. I don't even have to do anything. That's free will. I mean, that's in a lot of aspects. That's us either taking our road to hell or trying to repent and become better. But that is something that I know I continually fail in. And that's part of learning those lessons and humbling yourself. And see, that's the other thing with a lot of those loudmouths, those ideological loudmouths, whatever spectrum they're on, that's straight up, it's narcissism. It's like, who can be the loudest? Well, like, and I keep beating a dead horse, but you don't believe what I believe. But if I have to be the loudest in the room because you don't believe what I believe, well, I'm going to continue to do it. That's not, there's nothing to be said about that. There's nothing that's going to turn people. And in a lot of ways, it's going to attract the wrong kind of people if you think about it. And that's a whole nother ball. That's a whole nother can of worms. That is just, you open that up and that is destructive. That's just a whole nother thing. That narcissism breeds all kinds of contempt. And it's ugly.
Your words should not be like, while words are good and can help teach and correct and rebuke your brothers and sisters, they should not be what leads them. Your actions in Christ should be what lead your brother and sister. And if you are in charge of a congregation or high up in a congregation, your actions definitely should be what leads your congregation. Sure, clarify points, clarify individual statements. That's perfectly acceptable, perfectly good, and that's beneficial. But your actions are the biggest thing that leads your congregation and leads your brothers and sisters around you. It just takes one person to stand up and go, you know what? I'm tired of this. We need to go this way, and I'm going to just make sure my actions are clear. If my actions are clear, people will understand that. And it's, in my opinion, it's human nature that actions do speak louder than words. Because you can say sorry or I'm not going to do this as many times as you want, and you turn around and stab someone in the back, they're not going to believe your words anymore. They're going to believe your actions. For better or for worse, your actions dictate where your brothers, sisters, and congregation will go. And the loudmouths, like you said, are too focused on what they're saying and how they present themselves and how they look to care about their actions. And they try to, like, I understand there's a difference between a personal life and a public life because you can have different opinions, but your actions in a public life don't necessarily reflect your opinions because you understand that you are not there to make your brothers and sisters fall. But too many of these loudmouths, their actions don't match their words. They want everyone else to do this ideology and practice this ideology for them, but not do it themselves. Like a huge thing, like, how do I say this without accidentally doxing people? Long story short, I have an indirect connection to Nick Fuentes. And this is part of the reason I do not like him, is I have a lot of communication with him. However, I would still rather deal with Nick Fuentes any day of the week than one of his underlings called Beardson. He has put out multiple streams where he's sitting there smoking cigarettes, smoking weed, drinking alcohol, while sitting there going, you shouldn't be smoking, you shouldn't be drinking, you shouldn't be looking at porn. And he's got porn playing in the background. I'm like, dude, your action. And he's like, no, I'm high enough up. I'm a good person. I can do what I want. I can do what I want. You do what I say, not what I do. And it's like, dude, your actions are counterproductive to your movement, first off. Second of all, your actions are disingenuous to being a Christian. And it drives me nuts. Like, it's insane. Like, I have pushed, like, I don't like Nick, but I have pushed for Nick to drop this dude multiple times because of how bad it is. Like, Nick, it's got, I've got my own issues with Nick. But I will say 65, 75% of the time, he does what he says.
Okay.
So, like, he's at least a man that follows his own conviction. I can understand that,
Yeah,
and I can respect it to a degree. But his underling Beardson is like 100% opposite. He does whatever he wants while preaching that you have to follow this straight and narrow path and do what he says, period, end of story. Or you're a POS, you don't believe in America, you don't believe in yada yada. He makes up all these excuses to why he can do it, but if you don't, you're a piece of shit. And it's like, dude, shut up. You literally, your actions do not coincide with your words. No one should believe you. And
Sounds like he's got a
nuts.
future in being. Sounds like he's got a future in being a pastor at a knockoff Baptist church.
Yeah. Like, to be fair, I'm not trying to knock people that have addictive habits and that sin, that are trying to correct their ways. That's not my intent. I am furious with the hypocrisy of some of these people because they sit there and preach, oh, you do this, but it's fine for me to do this. Whereas typically when someone asks me, I'm like, you shouldn't be doing this. I struggle with this. Yes, I occasionally do such and such action. However, you shouldn't do it, nor should I. I will admit my own fault. And he's just like, nah, it's fine for me to do it. You shouldn't.
No.
And like, I go from being a chill dude to, all right, you want to fight at this point? Because I just want to kill you.
Yeah.
And that's good. I struggle with that. I really struggle with that.
Yeah, but but when you're dealing with that high level of frustration and you see that such blatant and overt hypocrisy, whereas like, well, we have a problem with people on the left and stuff. I go, at least they're outright about what they say and what they want. I'll give them that. Like, at least they're honest and they go for broke. They don't care what it is. They're straightforward as to what they want and how they're going to do it. I respect that. Now you know exactly who your enemy is, right?
Yep.
So make the next move. Be smart enough to be 2 steps ahead. Be wise enough to be 3 steps ahead. Hell, be cognizant enough to be 4 steps ahead. But if you're never like that and you're sitting around and berating and you're just being that loudmouth moron, you're going to be 2 steps behind. Like it's not, and then you're always going to play catch up. And to
Yep.
me, it's like, how many people could sit around and talk about the certain group of people didn't get killed during a certain historical event, or there's various aspects of, well, we need to do this on this, and we need to do something about this. Okay, how are you going to accomplish that? Well, first we just need to do something about ourselves. Okay, how are you going to accomplish that? No answers. Nothing. It's like crickets. It's like talking to a group of preschoolers by that point, kindergartners. It's like, okay, you all have these various points of view, but can anybody collectively or find a way to make sense of this, get momentum, get it going? No. Where's it at? Well, it's there, but it's not. I mean, it's like is point A going to meet point B, or is it just like, and that's what I saw very blatantly in the America First movement. It was like, okay, we could ride off the heels of Make America Great Again, or we could ride off the heels of the traditional Catholic kind of way of thinking, which in a lot of ways is very Western fundamentalist, is very entrenched in Western philosophy and scholasticism, which is not a rejection of Scripture. It's not a rejection of the Bible. It's not a rejection of God's word. It's just a different way to interpret it than the East. And theologically, it's not as, I wouldn't call it as rigorous, but there's a context to it, and it's obviously pointing in an ordered tradition, in a fashion to where the church is there, and it's at the center, and it's not, I mean, and as many people like, okay, obviously there's issues with the papacy, just as there's issues with low church and high church Protestantism. There are, but like you said, we're human beings, and obviously, it wasn't one of my spiritual, I wouldn't call it an awakening or anything, but it's kind of hard for me to compare like a guy like Steven Anderson, Pastor Steven Anderson, or that Joel Osteen megachurch dude, to somebody like Saint Basil the Great or Saint John Chrysostom. Like there's no comparison.
Yeah.
Like you're comparing saints to guys who lead religious movements. And to me, it's like, I get that there's different interpretations for different people in Scripture and stuff, but at least the Catholic Church tries to meet that halfway, and at least they try to be theologically and intellectually rigorous about that. Like guys like Joel Osteen and Steven Anderson don't even. It's their interpretation of what Christianity should be. No. That's a whole. That's taking God's name in vain to an extreme that's completely out of line. I mean, are some of their messages good? Yes. Are some of the things they say good? Are some of the things like okay, maybe it's one thing. It's like, I hope I can afford lunch tomorrow by the grace of God. May God bless me for it. Okay, that's humble. That's good. Like, okay, we can work, we can strive towards that. Versus, oh, God has blessed me enough so I can get a Corvette. Okay, like from going from can I afford lunch tomorrow to God granted me this Corvette. I'm like, what? Like, doesn't exactly make sense.
It's, in my opinion, because I have listened to Joel Osteen because my older brother is a fan of his to a degree. He does criticize him publicly, but he also does agree with him in certain aspects. The message of growing your own wealth is Old Testament. It's very Old Testament. And I'm not saying it's wrong because, anyone that tries to say, oh, well, the Old Testament doesn't matter anymore. No, that's not what Jesus said. He just said he came to fulfill the law. That's all he said. He did not say he was getting rid of the Old Testament. So there's certain aspects of Joel Osteen's message that are, I would say, lost even amongst most Protestants, most Catholics, and most Orthodox.
Okay.
And that is building your own wealth. And I don't mean wealth as in becoming, oh, I've got all this money. It's, I can take care of myself. I can take care of my family. I can take care of my community. I can take care of my church. In that aspect of his message, I agree with. There's a lot of other stuff I definitely excuse me. And a lot of other stuff I disagree with. But there's certain, specifically on Joel Osteen, because he's the only one I've actually listened to, not the other guy. There's certain things I definitely understand where he's coming from. And that is kind of lost on modern day Christian across all of the denominations. Yeah. Now, that being said, I have a lot of criticism for the man. However, most of the stuff that most Catholics and atheists criticize him for, I'm like, you don't even understand. You sit there and say he makes money off the church. Do you know what he made most of his money on? Most of his money came from the creation of televangelism. For better or for worse, that's where the majority of his money came from, is developing the system to be able to broadcast Christian churches across the airwaves, across the world, or across the nation and across the world. You can't really fault a guy for making money on that while providing a service that has created the ability for people to sit at home and still be able to go to church, quote unquote.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Even though it's not legitimate, but yeah.
I mean, dude, if you're a shut-in, that's better than not having any form of fellowship, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Now, you should definitely have family and friends that come over and fellowship with you if they're able, but not everyone has that. For better or for worse, they don't have that. And so, in my mind, to a degree, televangelism is good. Now, there's a lot of churches that have completely distorted what it is and taken it to a degree where, oh, you're saved and you're now no longer paralyzed. Walk. And it's like, yes, I definitely understand that there are going to be certain people in this world that have enough faith that they're capable of doing that. However, you sure shit don't have that.
Yeah.
You are making money on this, and it needs to stop.
And or skimming off the top, and like I said, earning that nice Corvette via the grace of God.
Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong. My older brother is, I'm not going to say an idol, and I'm not going to say some of the crazy stuff that other people say, but he's definitely, every time I try to say something, he uses not only actual full passages of scripture, but logic to go, hey, you need to chill out on your emotional view of this, and you need to understand what God has said throughout the centuries and understand that money itself is not the root of all evil. Money can be used to build your community, build your church, build your family, build your nation, build the world. It is the love of money that is the destructive factor to everyone around you. And this is kind of ridiculous to say, but one of the things he's explained to me multiple times, and it's finally just clicked in my brain, is that not all these wealthy people, but a lot of the wealthy people that do go to some form of Christian church don't have a love of money. They have a love of taking care of themselves and people around them.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of the a lot of the poor people. And this is going to sound fucking terrible, but in its entire value, it's true. A lot of poor people care more about money than wealthy people do. Because, oh my God, I gotta have money to pay rent. I gotta have money to do this. I gotta have money to do that. And all these other wealthy people are like, I don't give a shit. I made $1 million this year. Here, you need 10 grand for your rent for the year. Here you go. And so it comes back down to that whole love of money. And that's one of the things I definitely disagree with Joel Osteen about, is I think he does, to a degree, have a love of money. Now, there's other wealthy people that don't have a love of money. My brother doesn't have a love of money. My brother has a love for his family and community. And he has he has the desire to be able to take care of any problem that arises around him, whether that need financial backing, that need logical backing. Because I mean, my brother's a very fucking brilliant engineer. If it requires him to go out and put in his own labor, he'll do it. He doesn't care. He'll do what needs to be done. So that's kind of my thing for like part of Joel Osteen's message is definitely that you need to build your own wealth. You need to build your own strength. You need to build your own ability to survive without the government and without other individuals around you. And once you do that, you're actually capable of taking care of everyone around you at the same time. Now, like I said, there's a lot I have problems with Joel Osteen, and one of them, the big factors, is I do believe he has a love of money. Mm-hmm. So I'm not trying to put him in a saint category by any means. I'm just
I know what you mean.
Trying to, how do I say this? I'm trying to say that this portion of his message is definitely beneficial. This over here is a decay to our society and to our religion and to our beliefs as Christians.
And that's important to have that kind of context because a lot of those things can go haywire. I mean, I don't know how many conspiracy theories, and most of them are probably true about the papacy, but there's a lot that aren't. Like, see, that's just it. Like, there's so much out there that just like it goes off the rails. And it's just like, some of this is true, but a lot of this is just, it's not true. It's illogical. And it's just like to say, and it drives me nuts because it's like, the ecumenical patriarch Bartholomew, don't agree with him. Our Archbishop, Alphadophros, don't agree with them. They're not good leaders. But the difference is we don't place the emphasis on them. We don't place the emphasis on they're the ones that we need to follow. Sure, there can be liberal and conservative interpretations of their leadership, of their stewardship is probably one of the better ways, because that's just it, where it's like they're not changing the liturgy, they're not changing the theology of the church, they're not changing things that are very important, and they're not making sure, they're not mandating icons be taken down, they're not mandating, things are deemed offensive. They're not doing that, any of that correctness crap. They're acting within the realm of their own office, and they're acting inappropriately. But that's just it, where it's like we have suffered this before. Like we have suffered bad leadership before. Government, religion, government, church, or, in I guess for secular lives in some way, shape, or form. And it's just like, to me, it's like when people can't get over, when people freak out, bad president, bad pope, bad leader, it's like the whole thing is affected. And it's like, that's not how it operates. That's not how it works, because it's like there are plenty of cardinals in Catholicism that reject the papacy, that reject the pope. Like, there's plenty of them. There's plenty of priests in Orthodoxy. Cardinals, whatever. I don't even know what this are. Bishops. There are plenty of bishops in Orthodoxy that reject the patriarchs, all the way down to the priests. It's like you don't think the government works that way, where the governors reject what the president says, and then all the way down to the senators, state representatives. You don't think you think everybody's in line with everybody else. By that point in time, the message is so distilled and has gone through so many forms of telephone that it's not the original message, and it's not, it's not going to be wholesale to everyone else, buying it. And it's weird because it's like people want it, and see, that's just it. Like, I see that a lot more in the right wing than I do it on the left wing. I mean, the left wing is obviously more straightforward with what they want, but we all know how dishonest they are, and we all know how hypocritical they are, and how just full of shit they are. At least the right wing tries to correct that in various ways, I'll give him that. But the problem is that message gets so distilled down, and like you said, it's that hypocrisy. Like the guy's telling you to not drink and smoke, and there he is on camera having a Marlboro and drinking a a Budweiser, and it's like, come on, like come on, like you can't be that stupid. But
Yep.
lo and behold, that never runs out. Like stupidity never runs out. It's amazing. I love it. If I didn't have a sense of humor, I'd go insane.
Not gonna lie, man. I would do the same thing if I couldn't laugh at myself and laugh at the stupidity of this world, regardless of religious belief. I would go insane and potentially just, I don't know, find a way not to live on this earth anymore. As basically a paraphrasing of Professor, oh shit, what's his name? Futurama professor? Yeah, I can't think of his name right now. Gotta look that up now.
Not Dr. Zoidberg.
No.
Professor Farnsworth.
Yes, Farnsworth. As he says, I don't
The
want to
old
live on
man.
this planet anymore. Dude, the older I get, the more I'm like, man, that guy's not exactly wrong in that belief. Like, there's definitely a lot wrong with this world. And there's a lot for us to teach. There's a lot for us to show people. But it does get tiresome. Actually, you know what? This kind of brings me into another point where one of my cousins, he explained this to me a long time ago. I want to say 7, 8 years ago now. Because I was talking to him, me and my buddy went and saw him, and we're talking about just being spiritually tired. And it's like, man, it's like we're holding the shield up all day. All day we're just blocking. And he's like, that's your problem. You're not putting on the full armor of God. You need to swing that sword and block at the same time. You need to do everything in one. And that will push your belief system, and people will see it and they'll start understanding what you're about and start believing, so that you do fight away from this. I don't want to live on this world anymore because of society. You start using everything at once and you don't get as tired, and you're capable of continuously pushing that message.
That's where I think the ideology overtakes that too.
Yep. Just sometimes it's definitely tiring trying to keep pushing forward. But that is, for better or for worse, that's one of the lessons I continuously fall back on, is if I'm getting tired, I'm doing something wrong. I need to look at what I'm using. Am I swinging that sword all day 24/7? Yeah, it's going to tire me out. Am I swinging that shield or blocking all day with that shield? Yeah, it's going to tire me out. If I do a combination, you're more likely to survive because it doesn't require the same level of energy or the same type of energy to do each of those. You block what you need to, you attack what you need to. You block what you need to, you attack what you need to. Because if you block something that's too strong for you where you should have attacked it, it's going to drain you of all your energy. And you need to be able to just strike it down and just be like, I'm not fighting with you, I'm not defending this. You're done. You're out of the way. Oh, hey, that's not a right belief. I believe you need to look at it from this angle. I believe you need to read the whole passage. Hey, wrong. No more of this. And so you like my cousin told me, you need to put on the full armor of God every day of the week. And you can't just put on your sword. You can't just put on your breastplate of righteousness. You can't just hold your shield. You've got to have it all in combination in order to survive.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's definitely like one of the things where I see people who are, ideologically driven and they're very spiritually poor in that aspect, where they're just constantly swinging and attacking, and there's no steady hand. There's no defense because they don't have the right defense or the right path to explain those beliefs or explain what they're trying to put out or accomplish. And the loud, like the loudest voice in the room, like they have to be the loudest and over everybody else. And it's just like there's nothing. Your voice that tries to say a lot, but at the same time, you're not saying anything at all.
Yeah.
And it's just to me, it's like, I get like that there's the different, and see, this is where it hits home for me in a lot of ways, because it's like I see the Western denominations, and I'm just like, to me, spiritually, that doesn't speak to me. It's not driven by true faith. It's not driven by the true mystery of how it should be approached, right? And it's not to say like that's the only thing that's there. No, I mean there's definitely various aspects to it, but like the foundation that the East is so built on, it's like in the West, if the West had a taste of that and could see and tie the mysticism into that rational and intellectual rigor, then there's momentum. Like then there's momentum. Then there's inspiration. Then there's something that's there that will coincide instead of just people thinking, oh well, this is just another, as I've heard it termed, well, this is just another form of Catholicism. And I'm like, no, that's not. I mean, there's a context to it that's there. Like I understand like how you're trying to contextualize it and think about it, because there's similarities for sure. Like there's plenty of similarities. Like
A lot more than Protestantism.
right. There's definitely, yeah, but I think there's more similar to that than there's differences. And the few differences that we do share, they're there and they're very
They're
prominent,
major.
right? They're major, they're big, they're prominent. But it's not to say there's not a shared there's not a shared aspect there, because there is. The thing is that it's like I just I see the when people say, well, I'm religious but I'm not spiritual, or I'm spiritual not religious, and I'm like, are you not driven by faith? Are you not driven by faith and having a belief in something? Because to be spiritual, you have to believe in something. To be religious, you have to believe in something. Like you have to believe in something, right? And it's like, people nowadays basically are to like new age initiated witchcraft. Well, I got all these crystals and shit. I'm like, that's just another form of, I don't know, cockamamie hippie shit, right? But there's plenty, there's like spiritual and religious components to that. It's the wrong kind. It's the absolutely wrong kind. But the thing is that people that are attuned to that or find different aspects of or avenues, the ways out of it is basically the same as people trying to find that right ideology, right? Or that right kind of thing to justify that morality that they might have, because it's like something is empty. Something is empty, and you have to fill what we say in Orthodoxy. You have to fill that nous. You have to fill that noetic eye. So there's something that has to be there that you're not seeing, and you're not seeing through it with God. You're not seeing it as what we say. We reject these notions in a lot of ways because it's not an Orthodox interpretation. Number one, but number two, it's it's contextualizing it in the way, well, obviously what aligns with scripture, but I mean that's partly there, but it's not. See, and that's the thing with us. We are rigorous in that aspect, but then again, at times we're not, because we realize we're human beings. We're not completely adhered to that, because we know we're going to stumble, we're going to fall, we're going to try to get back up again, right? Because that's how we operate. That's just who we are. That's just our nature. And once you get back up again, like you said, put on that armor, use discernment, use the tools that you have been given, and thank God that you get to live and breathe another day. Thank God that you get to repent. Thank God that you have one more day to be able to be better about it. But we're still going to not be completely, we're not angels, and we're not demons either. So thank God for that, right? And that's just it. It's just like, to me, that's where, like, the West and then all the ideologies that like all of that, it's just so disconnected from what I in turn to see as truth. And that's it. Like to me, there's nothing above the Orthodox Church. Like, that's it. God, I mean, obviously God's above it, but in the literal sense, like, that is where it has to like, that is where you have that perfect symphonia. And to me, it's like, people are searching for these ideologies, and people are out there like, oh, well, we need a monarchy, or we need this. And like you said, there could be a great king, there could be a terrible czar, or there could be a terrible dictator.
Yep.
And that's just it. Where it's like, how do you recover from what's been done to what's undone, by the predecessor, the successor, right? And like I said, those various high churches have suffered bad popes, bad patriarchs, bad leadership. Same thing with polemical ideologies, right?
Yep.
And to me, it's just like, where does that steady hand come from? Where does that aspect of, instead of having outraging about certain groups of people, or trying to degrade and trying to denigrate groups of people, how can you not extract the positive aspects and try to make that work, or try to use a system that, in a lot of ways, I mean, albeit is flawed, but like if you want a political pack, or if you want to do something that is if you're going to organize people and lead people to what they need to do, like Fuentes, I guess, which really wasn't a political movement. I don't know what the hell it was. It was some kind of oddball throwback to, like, Reagan. I don't even know, right? I can't even pick, like, Nixon. I can't even pick a Republican president that it would be a throwback to. Eisenhower.
I don't even know about Eisenhower's policies, man. That's
really.
We get back, like, I have a weird sense of history. We go back to, like, Nixon, and what was it before Nixon? Democrat JC
Kennedy.
was
Oh no, Kennedy was.
No, Kennedy was older. I do know a bit about Kennedy for specific reasons. JFK, but no, I'm talking about JC. Gosh, I can't
Johnny
think of
Cash.
No, I love Johnny Cash, but no.
Nice. JC.
Jimmy Carter. There we go.
Oh God.
Yeah. So like I go back to Jimmy Carter, and that's like
Terrible.
I go back to them, and then didn't pay attention until like Lincoln and Pryor.
Oh, wow.
So there's a whole section of presidents. I'm just like, I don't know who they are.
That's a big gap.
Like I know JFK. I mean, that's because he's tried to ending the Federal Reserve, a bunch of other bullshit, and he ended up getting murdered. So I know who JFK is. And then you've got FDR, president during World War II. World War II is one of my favorite subjects, so I know who he is. I know a lot of the bullshit he was involved with. And
The
then
only
you've
4-term
got
president there ever was. Yeah.
3-term.
Oh, 3.
He
Oh, well.
He
Okay.
died on
Yeah.
his 3rd term.
He
And then
died.
you've
Okay.
got
I thought, okay.
yeah, because then you had Truman that took over for him, and Truman prevented Patton from just no, not Patton. He did fuck over Patton, but he fucked over MacArthur from going through and
Japan.
wiping out the rest
Oh.
of communism. And
Oh,
then
really?
prior, yeah. And then prior to him, you've got I know a little bit about this president. Like during that gap, there's a few presidents I know about. You've got another Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt, carry a big stick and speak softly, or speak softly and carry a big stick, who had a lot to do with the Panama Canal being built and going down there in cavalry,
Oh,
in a
yeah.
cavalry unit and taking control of it. So, like, there's a couple.
Teddy was
presidents.
a man's man.
Yeah, he was.
Teddy was a man's man president.
He was all about just, nah, we don't need to do that. We should do this. Oh, you want to fight? What?
Yeah, he was a man. Yeah. He was
I
a
believe
bar fight president.
He was one of the last of the actual cavalrymen, alongside my great grandfather.
And he was like I think he was like 6'3", 6'4", so he's a tower, and just a big guy. And he's like, okay, you want to mess with me, America? I'm like, all right, that's sweet. That's a president who didn't sit in the White House.
No, he did not. Wow, I just pulled him up on Wikipedia. This man, not only did he have a private life and an education that he was homeschooled.
Yeah.
This man puts most people to shame in terms of knowledge and career. Goodness gracious, this man is nuts. But he's one of the few presidents during that time frame, like I said, between pretty much Nixon and Lincoln, that I actually knew about. The rest of them I don't know. I know Garfield was attempted assassination, but outside of that, I don't remember much. Wait, really? I only knew about the main attempt.
Yeah. Garfield was multiple attempts. Reagan was multiple attempts.
Yeah, I remember Reagan got shot in the chest, and it was his what was it? His speech was all folded up, and that's the only thing that prevented him from dying.
Yeah, the bullet. Yeah, the bullet hit this. Yeah.
Like barely penetrated through his skin enough to make it actually bleed, but not enough to make him stop.
I think James Garfield played left tackle for the University of Michigan too. I think he was the only president to graduate from the University of Michigan.
I'm looking at a picture of him right now. He is not a man I'd want to mess with. He's got those eyes of, I'm going to be relaxed. I'm going to speak nice, but you cross that line, I'm going to beat your ass.
He was a big guy too. He's a big guy.
Yeah, he's 6 foot.
Tackle. Yeah, to play tackle. Not a small dude. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's kind of cool, though.
Teddy Roosevelt was only 5'10".
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Seemed bigger. Seemed just like a bigger guy.
You know what? When you command as much respect as Teddy Roosevelt did, you seem like a big human being.
Yeah. I mean, there's few presidents that are just larger than life personalities. Teddy Roosevelt's up there.
Teddy
wasn't
Roosevelt.
much of a wasn't as prolific as a politician, but who cares? He's pretty quintessential that age period or that time period of America. So
Per our records, do you know who our tallest president was?
I'm gonna go with Lincoln was tall. But it wasn't Lincoln. I knew that. I know this.
Sure about that one.
Really? Was it Lincoln?
6'4".
Wow. He was the tallest. Okay.
He's as tall as my dad. And then followed by Lyndon B. Johnson at 6'3.5". No shit, you're not
No
going to
wonder
believe
why
number 3.
Kennedy?
Mm-mm. China.
The Don.
He's fucking 6'3", man.
Yeah.
I knew he was kind of
Yeah,
tall. I just didn't know he was 6'3" tall.
The greatest of all time. He's just an amazing man at saying absolutely nothing. Some of the greatest rallies I've ever heard. Just he said absolutely nothing the whole time, and just people were just cheering him on. I was like, damn, this guy is just balls to the wall.
Dude, I gotta admit, Trump was probably intellectually one of the smartest presidents we've had in a very long time.
He's a
Dude,
businessman. He doesn't have to be intellectual. He just has to know how to cut a deal.
But that's the
And know what
point.
the hell he's doing.
You got to be intellectual to a degree to be able
Yeah.
to run businesses like this.
Yep.
Like I got in an argument earlier. Was it yesterday? I want to say it was yesterday with America First supporter and
That's a shocker. I thought they like him.
I couldn't understand why I got in a fight with a commie, a libertarian, and a America Firster, and they were all on the same side. And I was like, "You're retarded," but okay. But they're like, "Oh, Donald Trump did this, and he voted for the ban of bump stocks." And I'm like, "You guys do realize his entire reason for doing that? Like, well, sure, he shouldn't per se have done that, but his entire reason was to force the Supreme Court to have an issue or to rule on this." And what's going on right now? Oh, that's right. He stacked the Supreme Court and now they're voting on this issue. Almost all of these gun control laws that Trump was supporting are now in front of the Supreme Court and they're getting knocked down left and right. I've been paying close attention to those.
Okay.
Like, sure. Are there other ways he could have and we believe he should have gone about it? Sure. But you know what? That dude's made billions of dollars in business, understanding that you've got to sometimes throw shit to the wolves and let the leaders go, yeah, no, fuck this. We're not doing this. And that's what the Supreme Court's doing. They're like, oh, ATF, sorry, you lost your right to determine what policy means. Like that actually just happened. They lost the frames and receivers ruling. So ATF can no longer claim that an upper and a lower have to be serialized in order to buy them. They're in the middle of bump stock right now. Potentially, because of all these lawsuits right now, we're going to have the NFA repealed and the Hughes Amendment repealed. Do you know what that means for gun owners? Fully automatics are back on the table. SBRs are back on the table. Everything up to unconventional weapons are back on the table for citizens to own.
Wow.
And look, I don't necessarily agree with everything Trump says, but there's a lot of stuff that he just straight up was like, yeah, I know how this is going to work. Fucking let's do this. I'm going to look like a shitbag to my own base, but in the long run, they're going to realize I'm doing right. And it's like, well, I saw that from the get-go. To be honest, that's part of the reason I actually voted for Trump.
It's kind of amazing, though, like on how stupid he portrays himself to be.
But
It's kind of it's kind of amazing. Like, how does he like that? That's what I can't wrap my mind around with him sometimes. I'm like, I don't want to like him in a lot of ways, and not it's nothing to do like I just kind of an asshole. But
Yep.
I respect it. I respect it because the guy. I mean, there's something about it. Like he's just but he has that asshole mentality where he just doesn't. At times, he just doesn't give a shit. Like he just this is the way it is.
Now, like honestly, this is the same thing my mom said, the same thing my dad said, and this is the same. Like we all came to these conclusions independently. Is we're not voting for Trump because he's a Christian or because he's a godly man or this or that. No, because he's an asshole, doesn't give a flying fuck, and is gonna do what this country needs. And you know what? Part of that is the majority of his voting base are hardcore Christian, whether Catholic, Protestant, or Orthodox, or in my case, non-denominational.
Yeah.
There's a huge voting base that understands that, yeah, he's for religious sense, he's a piece of shit. For political sense, he's a godsend.
He's a gold mine. He's
no joke.
He's a gold mine. His memes
he's a gold mine for memes, yeah.
He's a gold mine for me. It's like the guy nonstop, constant material.
China.
Just wrap it up. Just you guys can't even compete with all the true memes and all that just all that nuts, all that cuckoo stuff that you guys Antifa or all that crap. Wrap it up. Papa's here. We're done.
Yep.
Like we're serving sandwiches. Come get some.
And you know what? I know people like him in my personal life that are, I would honestly argue that Trump to a degree is some form of atheist. He may be agnostic. I don't know. I haven't talked to the dude. I haven't had a discussion with him. I don't know. But there are atheists I know that currently live in the United States that are 100% in agreement with a Christian run nation because they understand the morality of Christianity will not only protect them, but will also guide the majority of dumb people that live in this world to becoming better human beings. Mm-hmm. And that they understand that those are necessities to live. If you live in a truly atheistic society where it's strongest of the fittest and most rules don't actually apply, you end up in a bloodbath all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, constant chaos. There's no order.
No. Don't get me wrong. I think there's a beauty in chaos to a degree. I don't want to live in chaos, but I understand there's a beauty in it, and I do admire the beauty in chaos.
Look at India. You could argue that believing in demons is a form of atheism, and they have a case system, and that's supposed to add order, but that country is backwards.
The country is a shithole, man. Like,
you can't say that. Can't say that.
I was talking to a buddy that lived there for 2 years, and he said it was terrible, dude. So we talk about their streams of feces and piss and stuff flowing down the side of the streets. He said that was the least of the problems. You would see dead babies and dead children floating through those streams, just going down the street and no one gave a flying fuck. Like stuff that we couldn't imagine was going on there. And then he went and lived in China for a couple of years. And he said they saw the same fucking shit in China. It was fucking disgusting from what he said. Parents didn't really care about their kids. Society didn't care about the kids. They just did whatever they wanted. And it was a cesspool of disease and just... I don't even want to say degeneracy because America is almost misery. More. Yeah, misery would be a better word because America is almost more degenerate, if not more degenerate, than both of those countries. But the lack of compassion for children or individuals over there is disgusting. It's all about the state and all about, this higher power. And it's like, you guys literally claim to be atheist, but you treat your government like a god.
Yeah. It's really interesting on how they place the order, and they don't recognize, well, anything outside of that. Like, and in a lot of ways, they're very ordered, they're very orderly, but it's weird. I mean,
What is
and what?
what does order matter though when you don't actually care about your society?
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. Like, and that's the thing. Like, people on the right wing are just as nihilistic about that because they don't care about society.
I am fairly nihilistic at most times, but
Yeah,
that is more or less. I look at it and I'm like, most of you guys are pointless, and I don't want to say pointless in the terms of God thinks you're pointless. I just think you're pointless to the point that you're intentionally inviting something that's going to destroy your own life and our own society. And that's where my nihilism comes from. Is just seeing people around me that don't have critical thinking and allow themselves to get screwed over, allow daddy government to run everything, and just net negative to society. And I'm like, how do you not see this by this point? Even from an emotional standpoint, you should see you're being screwed, but you just love it.
Yeah, and yet they want to outrage about another movie being made in Hollywood because it's promoting some kind of something or other, and that's not the emphasis. Like, the message will reach millions and millions of people. I get that, but there's something more to it. Like, instead of being outraged about something pretty stupid and trivial, and mind you, it's like, who's going to pay attention to it? Like, who's going to read that deep into any of that?
Yeah.
I mean, there comes a point where entertainment's entertainment. Like, oh well, the Little Mermaid's black now. Okay, like, are we going to make her another character in Wakanda, or what are we going to do here? Like, what's the deal? Why? How does that affect my day-to-day life? Like, how does that affect? Like, it's fine. You have the cartoon version where she's obviously a redhead.
Mm.
Then and then you have where she's Jamaican,
All right.
whatever. You know,
My issue comes with the fact that they had to CGI her in to swim because she can't swim.
Can't say that. It's on the internet. Can't say that. Good job.
It's just fact. She can't fucking swim. Like, you want to be a mermaid, but you can't swim? The fuck? Learn to swim. You're an actor. You can pay for classes to learn to swim. It'll take you maybe a month. It's not a big deal. You got the money.
Wait, she really can't swim?
No,
really
she legitimately can't swim, and that's why they had to CGI her swimming. That wasn't a joke. That was legitimate.
It's also, it's funny because it's true. It's funny because it's true. No, it's true. That's funny. I mean, by that point,
there is one other aspect of it where it's like, you that culture specifically wants to claim a lot of cultural appropriation and then appropriates a Nordic myth. Like,
funny. It's funny.
Like, realistically, I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
but you're mad at us cultural appropriation braids, but yet you literally take a mythology that is just Nordic culture, or I guess Nordic culture would be the best term for
that. I have no idea. Sirens, Odysseus. There are sirens in Odysseus,
which is Greek, but
yeah,
I get what you're
getting at. I do, which is funny because it's like then you turn into I mean, then it basically turns into a circle jerk, and it's just
It does.
Funny. It's funny.
And don't get me wrong, I definitely meme about it just to watch the circle jerk happen because it's entertaining.
I haven't even watched the movie, and I'm more entertained, and I'm entertained by it now. The fact that she can't swim, poor girl. They're like, yeah, she'll do.
You want to get mad at stereotypes and then portray it in a movie? Come on now.
But then you literally have the person like it doesn't come on. You can't now you're just beating up on the poor girl. Come on.
I'm sorry, facts overcome your feelings, bitch.
Hey, you think that would have been like a question in the casting? Like, we know you can sing,
you swim?
But
no, they had to fill some check boxes. That's probably what it was.
There's this part where you're gonna have to be underwater, but you're not really underwater. But have you ever been underwater?
No. Mind you, I grew up swimming and diving as an adolescent, so to me, it's slightly annoying and irritating because it's like, really, there's plenty of people of your culture that can swim without a fucking problem and should have been cast over you for that reason. But at the same time, you're fulfilling so many stereotypes and so many jokes that I can't help but laugh.
It's
the memes
good.
write themselves.
It's good. Yeah. And that's why it's just hits just keep on coming. Well, they're just replacing us. I mean, okay, but it's also just a movie, bro. Like, calm down. Like,
if you're that upset, just laugh at her for not being able to swim. That's even more detrimental.
Just chill. Like, it's not that big of a deal. You don't need to be going off. You're going off about the wrong stuff. And go play with your action figures or something. Just chill. Just it's fine.
There's more important stuff we can be worrying about, like making sure our brothers and sisters actually go to heaven.
Yeah, like just because you think Disney is doing these things, and they're intentionally doing these things, I don't know if that makes it. I don't know if that doesn't invoke outrage in me. It's like there's nostalgia to it, obviously, but it's not that big of a deal. Like, come on. Like,
I don't even watch it, dude. I was like, they're doing politically correct bullshit. Don't care. Like, I got more important stuff to worry about. Like, I'm more concerned about my score in a video game than I am about, they're being politically correct. Well, no shit, they are. They're selling to a very specific audience. If we quit giving outrage, real quick, they'd go, oh, this is no longer working. Maybe we should stop doing it. Instead of feeding into their outrage, which has an unintended consequence of pushing those people on the opposite side to go watch that damn movie and give Disney more money. And it's like,
yeah,
come on now, be smarter than that. Just ignore it. The more stuff you ignore, not always, but in a general rule, the more stuff you ignore, historically has been proven to fade away and disappear from society.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you prop it up as an issue, it becomes a quote-unquote human right.
Yeah. I mean, I heard something about I've always liked the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I know Seth Rogen did put his spin on it. And the animation looks cool. I mean, straight up, it looks cool. But they replaced April with a person of color, which is another hilarious term that they use because that's basically saying colored person. Just reverse. And people were like, oh, wow, this is so great. We can't, and it's got like awful scores on Rotten Tomatoes and stuff. But by that point, the fan base and the original fan base is so entrenched in the nostalgia of the franchise that movie isn't even a blip on the radar. Like it doesn't even make, doesn't even affect anything. And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, whatever. Like if that's what he wants to do, because I know he's a douchebag and he's probably doing the whole white supremacy thing, then fine. Whatever, bro. Like that's your shtick. You wanna keep going with that and just be stupid. Cool. Fine. But you're not gonna really like that. Like that's just it. Where it's like things like that. I mean, they've tried, and I know they've tried to do this several times with something like Warhammer 40K. They've tried to make it politically correct, but it's so messed up. Like it's so screwed up. Like there's no like clear cut good side. There's no like clear cut. Well, there's a lot of bad, but
both sides are bad. Yeah.
It's just so all convoluted and twisted, where it's like, well, this one side's like I'm pretty sure it was a parody article, but it was kind of funny. Or it was some kind of like outrage that somebody had on like social media where they're like, we can't believe how fascist the Space Marines are. I'm like, duh. I'm like, they literally believe in an emperor who is God, the God Emperor. Like they literally believe in a man who has powers of a god, and them themselves are basically demigods. Like, do you understand that there is something as a product that they have to sell, the hype, the religious fervency, and building that universe out? Do you understand like what it takes to like there's a creative aspect to this? And sure, playing off of human archetypes, off of human emotions, off of things that are, well, in a lot of ways, terrible, awful themes, and then seeing virtuous, albeit twisted virtues in some way, shape, or form, but more or less pure humanity prevailing in a dark, grim, absolutely awful, probably one of the worst realities to ever be imagined come to life. And I'm like, there's something cool there. Like there's something to be said about that. Whether like to quantify something like that. Oh well, they're just fascists. It's like, no. Once again, this is not the point. Like you're like the creativity that's supposed to be there is gone, and it's just like it's disheartening because it's like they do the same thing. Like it's no wonder why there's no originality. No wonder why there's nobody trying to do something different. Whenever I watch a movie that's different, or there's something that is like cool about it, like something that's different about a movie, it's like you respect that originality, you respect that perspective, because there's something that is, and this is just not a rehash of a story, or somebody is just interjecting a different character into the story, or interjecting, it's like the poor girl who can't swim in The Little Mermaid, like it's just like you're just rehashing a story that's been told. But come on, come on, guys, don't beat a dead horse.
Yep.
Poor girl. She's gonna make millions of dollars, but poor girl.
Is millions of dollars worth being ridiculed for the rest of your life for not knowing how to swim? And it doesn't fucking matter if you learn how to swim later on, or she already learned at this point. It doesn't matter. You didn't know how to swim during that movie. We're all gonna ridicule you for that.
But she'll be swimming like Scrooge McDuck in her cavern.
I mean, if she
money.
wants to jump off a ledge into a giant pool of gold coins, she can snap her neck for all I care.
It's gotta learn to swim first.
Shit, I can't even swim in a pile of gold, man. That shit's hard. I know it's soft, but It ain't moving for you when you jump in it.
Nope. Nope, it's definitely not. Unless
I'm paralyzed.
it's melted gold and you turn into a skeleton. Hey,
I mean, if you're lucky, you got the Frostier effect all the way through.
then you got a career in horror movies. Think about it. Yep. See what I did there? It could be your agent. Yep. See.
Well, isn't there a stereotype about black people dying in the horror movies?
You wouldn't know. Skeleton. You wouldn't know. How could you tell? By that
Oh,
point,
so she is the horror of the movie.
yeah. By that point, I don't know what all this racial stuff is. We're all white on the inside, so.
In the most fucked up manner, as my buddy always said, they're all pink on the inside.
That's also also true.
Exceedingly fucked, but also true. Yes.
Very wise, very wise sage. Because you hope to God it don't look like roast beef. Oh.
Yeah, I don't want to be eating an Arby's sandwich.
No! I'll pass on the barbecue. Thank you.
Yeah, I definitely didn't have a Reuben for lunch.
Ah! I like Reubens because they're tasty.
I do too, man. We got a deli downstairs where I work. So we don't own the building. We don't lease the building. We lease a suit on the building. We got this guy from Syria. I don't know if he's a Catholic or an Orthodox. I know he's Christian. But oh my goodness, him and his wife make the best damn Reuben sandwich I've ever had in my life. Sorry, we brought up a Reuben, and that was.
Yeah.
I thought about the Reuben I had for lunch today.
Are they do they have accents?
Yes, they were born in Syria. They were raised in Syria. They came over here in the last 10, 15 years. But
wow, Syria.
Yeah. From my understanding, it's Syria.
Yeah.
And he's a really good dude. I ran into him because apparently he lives by me. I ran into him at one of our grocery stores. And he stopped me. He's like, "Hey, how you doing?" I'm like, "I'm doing good. I'm just getting dinner. I didn't expect to see you here." And he goes, "Yeah, no, I'm getting some stuff for dinner, and I'm also getting stuff for tomorrow." And that's when I realized he actually buys really good produce and really good eggs and meat and other stuff. And I was like, okay, I can deal with it. Sorry, kind of off topic, but it's crazy the type of people you can run into in this world.
Do they do the whole they should do the whole Pepsi no Coke? The whole Billy Goat shtick?
No. No, he is a very respectful man.
Okay, good.
The other day I went in there and got breakfast, and I got a Smart Water, I got a pack of gum, and I got a sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich on a croissant, and the total rang up to $666. And he goes, "Oh, that's a bad number." So he drops it a penny, which isn't realistically anything, but he drops it to $665, so it would not be $666. And I was like, "All right, here's $10. Keep the change." I'm not arguing with you, man. I can tell you are a Christian man. You don't like any form of, how do I say this? Any form, even if it's just a human belief, you don't like any form that represents the devil or demonic anything. And the food they make is fucking high quality. So I was just like, nah, here's $10, man. Keep it. I'm not fighting with this. I'm not arguing with this. You're a good human being.
And just a simple man. Just a simple man making food. Because he cares about other people, probably.
Cares about what? I'm sorry?
Cares about other people. because
Oh
he's
yeah,
making food.
dude. One day I had an issue going on with my account where it magically went like 200 in negative, and then by the end of the day was back at my regular balance, and it fucking went negative on me. And he goes, "Oh no, don't even worry about it." I was like, "Man, I'm gonna pay double tomorrow. Don't even worry about it. I know my account's supposed to be good. I'm gonna pay you double tomorrow because of what you just did." So I went back next day, and he tried everything not to get me to pay. So I just dropped cash on his desk and walked off. I was like, "No, you're getting the money you deserve." He is. It's crazy, man. That dude has shown me more than most of the Christians I grew up with in terms of being a godly man.
Yeah, I know. I mean, and like there's something so simple. Like when I watched the movie a couple years ago, Man of God, about a patron saint of our local parish, Saint Nectarios. I mean, it taught me so many things as to like there was a lot I didn't know about him, and in the face of adversity, he basically turned the other cheek in the most Christian sense from his accusers, from his persecutors, and it was somebody who was steadfast. If they came to accuse and persecute who he was, his actions spoke because he knew his words would be in vain. And to
Yeah.
me, you know, there was that steady hand, that godly man with the steadiness and just to me like that is something that is so like the boastfulness, like that's why I have a hard time with a lot of that Western stuff because of how misconstrued it all is. And like you said,
Yeah.
there's no context to it. They're just beating the drum off of one thing, and it stands on hypocrisy. Like it's like there's no context to it, and there's no real life um carry through. And there's like and to somebody who's that simple and making sandwiches and trying to probably live as simply and as humbly as they can, that teaches you more than somebody who has, what probably somebody like Joel Osteen has. I mean, that's kind of amazing on how that is approached, and it becomes something that is lesson carried through to another lesson, to you learning these lessons and how valuable that wisdom becomes
Yeah.
and gaining knowledge. Yeah. I mean,
I
it's
don't
huge.
disagree.
It's huge. Like, and to me, it's like, if it really wasn't for the saints, I wouldn't know how to approach some of these things. I wouldn't know how to deal with some of these things. I wouldn't know how to interpret, you know, the Bible, scriptures, various teachings, what the other saints have to say against the other saints themselves. It's all there, it's all contextualized because of that obvious whole well, the main thing that they were inspired by. That to me is left out in ideology. Or like there's nothing there. It's just like you said, sin against sin, man against man. And there's no godly simplicity. There's no, we have to do something to restore the order. Well, let's go after a movie that replaces or race swap something. No, once again, why are you going after a movie that has nothing to do with that? Like the going after pop culture or doing something like that. You're putting all your energy into something that I get that could be used as like an example, but it's a terrible example. It's an awful example.
Yeah.
Like you have more luck in like what went on in France. That's a better example. Like what's been going on in France with third world immigration and things of that nature, and it completely getting out of control. You have more with that than you do with pointing at a movie and saying, "Well, oh, more replacement." No.
Yeah, it's too many people are focused on race and not culture. Because here's the thing, there's a lot of people are unaware of this. There's actually a true Irish black family. They have been
Yeah.
there for over 1,000 years. I can't even tell you when they came there. But when they came there, they adopted the Irish culture and they stayed as Irish people. And they push Irish being Irish. And it's not because Irish is a race per se, which, I mean, being an Irish dude, yeah, Irish has a lot to do with race, but it has more to do with culture. We care more about the
Mm-hmm.
culture of who we are and who we grow up as and who we will maintain being than we do race. And that's why there's a black family that's been part of the Irish culture for over 1,000 years, and no one in Ireland will fucking say a word against them. They will basically lay down their life to protect this family as they are their own Irish brothers.
Hmm.
And it's
Interesting.
all because they believe in the Irish culture. They don't believe in, oh, well, we're a multicultural civilization and my race is
Yeah.
number one. Like, get the fuck
Yeah.
out of here. Race doesn't matter. It's a new concept within the past couple 100 years, maybe 500 years at most. Culture has been the biggest thing that has kept people together regardless of their race.
Yeah.
And if you've got a Christian culture, then it doesn't matter what race you are. We're all children of God. Now, some people try to say, well, black people are the children of Cain. It's like, first off, there's a whole other logical reason why it's not true.
Yeah.
And two, if it was true, how are
Then
we going to, when the Bible specifically says you are not to hold the sins of a father against the son, how are you going to say that their entire lineage is cursed?
yeah. Same thing with the Jews. They do the same thing. They are not of their father, but they are of their father, the devil. And then specifically, it says the fake Jews. Which
Yep.
what does that even? What does that even mean? They
So,
can't even mean. Don't even know what that means.
my brother in law lineage, I'm not going to go into the whole thing because I don't like putting people's names out there, but his lineage is traced back all the way to Solomon.
Oh wow.
Now, some of that's like a large portion of it's through his mom's side, and then way back it shifts over to his dad's side, to someone's dad's side, but they have enough actual knowledge to go back to that. And he's the one that started talking to me, and he goes, "Look, people that modern Jews that call themselves Jews,
Aren't.
not all of them, but most of them are not. They come from, well, here's the weird part. Most of the people that call themselves Jews are from the 10 tribes of Israel that were scattered. In
12.
order 10 were scattered.
Two
Two
stayed in Judea and Israel.
and were
Okay.
pulled off to Babylon and sent back.
Okay.
So that there are those 2 tribes of Jews that are true Jews. However, that entire name of Jews has been manipulated by a certain sect of atheistic Jews, and that's not the per se the most accurate definition of them. But for
Mm-hmm.
how deep I want to go into this, because I don't want to go for 5 hours into this conversation.
Yeah, we need to. Yeah, I get it.
There's basically modern day Jews are the tribe of Judah to a degree, and they are the traitors of the Israeli race. And they're the ones that claim to be Jews, claim everyone else to be Jews, and then slaughter them. Leave their
The
brothers out
Gentiles.
behind.
Oh,
No, the
so
tribes of
there's no
Israel.
Gentile distinction.
That's the thing, is most of the Gentiles are mixed in with Israel. And that's part of it. I assume This is one of the things that hasn't really been spoken on, and it's something that's very hard to get anyone to open up about. Is that the Israelites mixed with so many Gentiles that the Jews view them as subhuman and want them dead. There's a lot more to it. I don't want that to be like the takeaway is, oh, the Jews hate Israelis. No, there's a lot more to it, but there is a sect in that under that Jewish name that is using their name and their position of power for nefarious reasons. And every time they get called out by the actual Jews / Israelis that are truly of the descent, they slaughter them. They cause wars to happen.
They wouldn't happen to be Palestinians, would they? Or is that like, I know Palestinians do have Arabic and Semitic roots.
They do to a degree, but most of the
Arabs are Semitic
Palestinians,
people, though. Yeah,
most of the Palestinians. Yes, don't get me wrong. I've seen plenty of firsthand videos of the fuck shit they do. They will literally use their kids as human shields. So when people are like, "Oh well, fuck Israel, protect Palestine," I'm like, they're both shitty people. What are you on about?
Yeah, there's a lot there that's just
there's awful. A lot to unpack in that. The Palestinians though have a fucking knack for poking the Jews, and it's like, you know how fucking psychotic the Jews are. Why are you poking the bear? Like there's a certain level of you're suffering the consequences of your own actions at this point. You know they're shitty people. You know they have no problem going to war with you. They know they have no problem shooting through your human shields to kill you. Why would you continuously perpetuate this?
Yeah, it's really weird on how that kind of overlaps, because it's like the more I saw all the crap on the right wing, and the more people were like, "Oh, more Nazism," I'm like, this is just Judaism. I go, this is just Talmudism, and they're like, "No, it's not. It's different." And I'm like, "No, this is not different." I go, they basically, well, that never happened. I go, it did happen. It happened in mass, and you're not pointing the finger at the right kind of dialectic. You're not pointing, and you're not being intellectually honest. Well, that it just spun out of control. I go, do you understand how this all built up? And do you understand who he was funded by? I mean, that's follow the money. If you don't follow the money,
but
then
he
what?
arrested the Rothschilds. Yeah, he arrested them, but then put him right back. He publicly arrested them and then immediately pulled them out of jail and put them back in charge of the banks.
Yep.
Like, I'm sorry.
He called IG Farben, like, what do you call IG Farben? Basically a capitalist, Judaic hybrid, bastard child. Guess who funded most of it? Most of his campaigns and some of the equipment, and I mean all IG Farben, and it was just like the United States was involved.
Yep.
Britain was involved. The Habsburgs were involved. The Habsburgs are highly influential, just as influential and just as not more wealthy than the Rothschilds. And guess what? They're not Jewish. Well, okay, so now what? Like, it's like, come on. Like, are you putting it together? It's like, come on.
Now, I will argue.
You can't be that stupid.
Those that are not outwardly Jewish probably have a lot of roots back to the some of the tribes that are pissed off at the other brothers. It's a huge thing. Like, everyone always goes, "Oh well, the Jews have been kicked out of 153 different countries." It's like, yes, they have. However, if you actually look at the causality of all that, it's primarily due to their fucking infighting, not because they're screwing over the country. It's because of their damn infighting. They can't get along. They never have been able to get along ever since they sold their brother Joseph into the fucking slavery.
I mean, Poland was one of the prime examples, because people are like, well, with the massacres that went on between the Poles and the Germans, I go, well, you do understand how screwed up Polish aristocracy and the government was at the time. when Nazi Germany was in power as well. You don't understand how screwed up it was, right? And how much they were trying to keep the communist Polish out. Even the Polish Jews didn't want communism because they knew what was coming. They were screwed from both sides. They were gonna die either way. So when you're kicking and screaming and trying to fight for survival, Jew or Gentile, they were good. They knew what was going to happen. And then on top of it, what also drives me nuts is they're like, well, Jews invented communism. I go, if Jews invented communism, then they sure shit suck at it because they killed them. They killed them, and it didn't matter. In Russia, they killed them. Like, so you're telling me they set up an ideology that was built for them, but they killed them off. They killed their own kind.
A lot of that goes back. A lot of that goes back to their infighting.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie though, I do personally believe. Well, first off, the idea of communism has been around longer than Karl Marx.
Oh yeah.
Karl Marx, as much of a Jewish communist bastard as that dude was, did not invent communism. He coined the phrase communism, and that's about it. He put it on paper. He was able to articulate it. That's about it. The idea of communism, it dates back even further than what I'm about to say, but one of the biggest first initial historical references we have of communism is the first century church. And it pisses off a lot of people when I say that, and it's like, no, because it has its root without greed and without all this bullshit. Communism was designed to take care of the individuals in a community and in a church. They were designed to help each other grow, build, and prosper. But now, obviously, communism since then has grown into this disgusting, degenerate society. Karl Marx definitely had a play in that. But it's been around way longer than Marx.
And he wasn't wholesale responsible for that either. That's the other thing. Like he
was
an
paid to write most of that.
Yeah, and that's boy, isn't that hypocrite? Isn't that ironic?
The communists paid to write something. That's pretty capitalistic to me.
I don't know.
It's also weird that most communist countries now understand that they have to have a capitalistic economic policy for the rest of the world in order to survive. Looking at you, China.
China. She's got a giant. Whoa, no, okay.
Okay, yeah.
All right, we're done.
Grab her by the China.
All right. You know what?
Actually,
calm down there, big guy.
I may have a shirt that says something along those lines.
Does it have a picture of a kitty?
No, but it definitely says grab her by the front hole. Because it was a play on words with what Trump said, as well as transgenders, because they won't call it a vagina, they call it a front hole.
Oh my God. What do you do? Like, what happens if she identifies as a man? And now is that a manhole?
Yep. Just gotta put a steel plate over it.
Because nobody wants, nothing's going in and nothing's coming out.
Woo!
Besides the turtle.
No,
and he's got plenty of use for everything.
I was gonna say mainly the workers come in and out of it, but
turtles, hamsters,
surgeons,
Splinter,
rats,
telling tales of his adventures in there. Poor Splinter. So much wisdom wasted on such little talent. Now there's an archetype, right? There's the old man, the wisdom, the saint, or the fatherly
figure
archetype. Yep. Oh, turtles, you must learn, but learn to unlearn. It's like, bro, all right, we either need to smoke a lot of weed to get to your point, or Just get dementia. I don't know which one's gonna work.
I'm always a fan of weed over dementia.
I mean,
At least you'll kind of remember.
what are you even saying?
I don't
And
know.
why are you a giant rat?
Because I am, and I've always been. And I need a cane because I walk on 2 instead of 4.
Yeah, which is crazy. How does he do that? It's like magic. Nothing will beat the Jim Henson versions, though. Nothing's gonna beat those for me. I'm gonna have a hard time with that. There was barely any CGI in those movies, which was awesome.
Oh, yeah. When they actually did like full on complete costumes of them.
Yeah, that was sweet. And they basically had like all their own distinguishable like personalities too, which really gave them life instead of like the Power Rangers who were just kind of a ripoff and more. I wouldn't call it. Yeah, they were kind of just as lame. Power Rangers were more lame than the Turtles. At least the Turtles had like all the turtles were their own turtle.
Yeah, the only cool thing to me about the Rangers was when they united in one giant fighting thing. But outside of that, I did not like the Power Rangers. Like, I would literally turn on the news and watch the news over Power Rangers when I was like 6 years old. And my parents were like, "What's wrong with you?" I'm like, "The cartoon sucks." And then the second I knew it was over, I'd flip back to whatever cartoon was on, didn't care.
Because you wanted to see the Megazord. Nobody's there. See, when you go to a rock concert, nobody's there to see the opening acts. You want to see you want to see the show. I mean, you're there for the Megazord.
9 times out of 10, yep. I got to see Devil Wears Prada as an opener. So that's what I'm saying. 9 times out of 10, I got to see one of my favorite bands as an opener, and this was after they were famous. So,
oh really?
It was it went Devil Wears Prada, Falling in Reverse. What is his name? Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort.
Yes, it's Papa Roach.
Papa Roach, thank you. Followed by A Day to Remember. So it was all headliners, like all like closing bands were the only people there, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm going to that for $50.
Oh wow! Now they're all old and probably.
Oh no, this was like 3 years ago. I saw them.
Oh really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh
yeah, I was. It was out at Mesa, which is 30 miles from me right now. But I couldn't argue. I had a bunch of friends that were going. They're the ones that gave me a heads up that they were all going to be in town. And the second I heard Falling in Reverse, A Day to Remember, Devil Wears Prada, I was instantly like, yeah. And then I hear Papa Roach, and I'm like, yeah, here's $50, buy me a ticket. There was no argument from me on that one.
good old emo throwback.
Yep. You can definitely tell I grew up kind of emo with loving those 4 bands.
But you're not sad, so that's the nice part.
Oh, not anymore. I used to be. Used to be a sad little boy. And then reality kicked me in the ass, and I was like, wow. I was sad over nothing. Life just sucks. Oh well.
Nihilism, Donnie. Nihilism. They were nihilist, dude.
Life sucks. You gotta deal with it. If you don't enjoy it and you don't get a laugh about it, then you ain't gonna survive it.
No, it's gonna kick your ass.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could go next podcast. We could do the Israel thing, I guess. The Israel dance of the Israelis.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do that, I'm more than down. I will have to build an entire thing of notes before I go on to that because I don't want to incorrectly state something and
Yeah,
cause a bunch of bullshit to happen. Like I want to be as if I go into something that actual in depth and something that big, I want to be as factual as possible and have the least amount of oh well, you said this, which means you meant that. No, I said this because this is what happened. That's how I want it to be. Just because I don't like people twisting my words. Not saying you will, because I trust you not to do that. It's other people that are be like, "Oh, you said this. Let me twist it because you meant this." And it's like that's not what I meant at all. Now I got to defend myself and create another 3-hour video in this where I could have just taken the responsibility to be a little more articulate in what I'm saying.
it's. I mean, good part is this is not edited when it's like this, so nothing's out of context. Or, I mean, it's always good to learn to swim before you dive in. So there's that.
Yeah. A little poking and prodding. No big deal.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it is a tough thing to say or talk about in some ways because of how weirdly legalistic it's all become.
Yeah, that's another issue, and I'll probably bring that up in the next one. Is the ADL needs to back the fuck off.
they
Um,
are they are the Nazi party.
so I got to bring this up actually. Do you know who the Anti-Maskers Club is?
I've heard of the anti-mask leak back in the
Ethan.
day when that influenza flu
Okay,
came
so
up, like back in the 1920s. I did hear about that, but that
okay, so
probably has nothing to do with.
so that ideology got pushed further by a dude named Ethan Schmidt. I did feel pity for him, and he lives here in the States, so I let him live with me for a little bit, pays some rent. Dude's a piece of shit. There's a lot I fucking dislike of the dude, and I kicked him out of the house for a lot of reasons. However, he just got targeted by our governor, who pressured 3 different cities into pushing charges on him that are over 2 years old because he called her out.
Carrie
Like, don't
Lake.
get me wrong. No, not Carrie Lake. She lost. We got Kitty Hobbs. So, like, don't get me
Oh,
wrong. This dude is not the staple of anything I believe in. This dude's a fucking retard. And I'm not even going to hold back. He's a fucking retard. He's a fucking piece of shit. He's a douchebag. However, they're basically trying to put him in prison for life because he called out our current governor. So, like, as much as I don't agree with the dude, yes, he should go to jail. Yes, he should suffer the consequences of his own actions. But from what it looks like, he called her out, posted a video 2 hours later. All of a sudden, certain cities are pressing charges on him. And then the ADL comes out and makes a statement against him.
so much for the First Amendment.
Well, like I said, the charges they're pushing on him are valid, but
Oh, really? Okay.
they were like, oh, well, we're only going to put this charge on you and only this charge on you. And you pay your fines, you do your probation, yada, yada. Oh, you made a video against Katie Hobbs? Fuck you. Now we're going to throw all the rest of these charges on you. So it's that the dude deserves the punishments he's getting to a degree, but they are taking it from this is where his punishment should be. And I truly believe he should be punished to above the screen where you can't fucking see it is where they're taking it right now. And
So
it's all
January
because
6th stuff.
basically,
Type
yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's
Wow.
fucking nuts.
I know here, Whitmer, she just passed something that people are freaking out about. If you say something about the protected classes of people, meaning basically the pronoun pushers now, you could be fined up to 10 grand, and then like have like some kind of like misdemeanor, possibly felony charged against you. And I'm like, first of all, she should have never been elected. Second of all, I couldn't see the legal system really caring about this because that is open to a ton of interpretation.
Not only that, there's a little tidbit chilling right here that
Oh yeah,
says you can go fuck yourself. I'm not going to sit around and allow you to override our Constitution for protected classes.
yeah,
You want to sit here and you want to use the law against me? That's fine. You're using force. As a Christian and a libertarian standpoint, I'll use that same force against you. Why? Not because I'm necessarily protecting myself, but because I'm protecting future generations and future people from going into this shit.
yeah,
Like, I'm not one, like, don't get me wrong. I understand the necessity of war and I understand the necessity of feeding the tree and I understand the necessity of resets. I don't want one because I know how bad it'll be. But that being said, I have no problem standing up for what is right.
but I
Like
mean,
I,
like that's
but
and that's another thing. Like there are people on the right are like, oh well, America's just so docile now and stuff, and I'm like, it's usually coming from people who are Europeans and people who are usually like are like, oh well, we just see we see fascism as the way, and I'm like, yeah, but you're not looking at it in the way that it's going to be beneficial to society.
yep,
Like you're not looking at it in that aspect. You're looking at it in like the most extreme cases, all the most extreme times, all the time, and you're not realistically putting a context to it. You have to go like to the extreme right wing, basically, the most ridiculous meme you can think of. And you're not seeing the tyranny behind what you're portraying either. Like it's like you can't fight bad with bad. Like that's not how it is, because it gets to the point to where sure, like these liberal governors and even some of these governors on the right, like they're not they're nothing to be, they're nothing to like. They're nothing to be, um, proud about or follow.
yep,
But it's like you have to find the thing that is going to outrage the most, enrage the whole time, and yet it's not going to bear any fruit. It's not going to make sense, because sure, like you could there's a lot more complexity to it, because it's like somebody who is deserving what they are as far as punishment goes, and then overstepping those boundaries and taking it to a level that isn't deserved. I mean, sure, does maybe he deserves what he's getting, but at the same token, that overstepping of the boundaries is tyranny. That's bad.
yep,
Like that is getting to the point to where it's like, okay, well, it's one thing to say, like, you know, or Jews dramatize a lot, and they turn things in these tall tales, but then it's like, okay, but you do realize that things like that happen to other people who probably share similar ethnic or cultural backgrounds that you do, and you don't even realize it. Like the thing is that you can't conceptualize this. Well, I know the truth and blah blah blah, and it's like nobody stands on ideological truth, because there's no such thing.
yep,
Once it pushes itself into tyranny, that's a whole different ballgame. Like that's now there is good and bad. There's clear, distinct lines of what it is, and there's plenty of stories out there that are about it. Like one of my favorites. Well, obviously, Lord of the Rings. You have Sauron, who has the One Ring to rule them all.
yep,
Tyranny, right there, in a sentence. One ring to rule them all. Evil mastermind, wizard guy who is a complete dickhead, right? He's just a dickhead. Wants to control everything, wants to use the worst of the worst, the orcs, and all that stuff to just control and just turn it into a hellscape, basically Middle Earth into a hellscape. Then you have the band of heroes that aren't exactly heroes, right? Ragtag group of heroes, underdogs,
almost anti-heroes.
Yeah, in a lot of ways. Yeah, I mean, Aragorn's a perfect example. Perfect example of an anti-hero. He's not the quintessential. He's the tough, rugged loner, not exactly a leader, becomes the king. Okay, that's cool, but it's like they all have a common goal. They don't want tyranny. They don't want their world to crumble away under the weight of, well, I mean, what Tolkien basically probably saw Sauron as, a general of Satan, of the devil, right? And that's probably the best archetype I could probably think of Sauron as. But you have those ragtag group of friends who, the littlest person saved the world, and that little bit of good saved the entire world. And it's just like, I mean, yeah, like that's why liberty is such a highly valued commodity. Even communist governments have to have some form of liberty in their market structure, because if they don't, they'll crumble. Their innovation, creativity is gone. Then expunges all ways to be resilient. And I mean, it's kind of nuts on how adaptable that is. But it also shows like there's archetypical lessons to learn from these things. And it sucks because it's like, sure, the punishment doesn't fit the crime, but that's the point. Like that's the point of why you need the government to not be as involved, and why you need to make sure there are level playing fields out there, but level playing fields to a point to where none of that other identity political stuff comes into play, because that is at best surface level stuff. That's at best stuff that's not going to even matter. Like, I could care less if my doctor's black. I could care more if my doctor went to a good school and graduated and
isn't paid by pharmaceutical reps.
Is a meta, yeah, and like I care more about that. Like, I care more if he's a good person. Like,
that's what I care about. Character. Care more about the character and culture than you do the race. That's how I am anymore, man.
I mean, it's just like, to me, like, some of these things don't. Well, then you're just sympathizing. Then he's not going to sympathize with. And I'm like, it's nuts to me on how, like, people, like, do you see how your own tyranny is and where you're going with that, and like, okay, it's just all this stuff gets just so. It turns into a chimera of just ideology that just doesn't really have an end to the insanity. Like, there's no right, wrong. Well, there's right and there's wrong, but then it gets to the point where it's like, no wonder why people don't want to be beaten over the head with this crap anymore, right or left, because it's stupid. Besides Trump, we'll leave him alone. Because he's the only one that's got Pepe behind him. He's got a hop to it.
Quit talking about my Facebook profiles where it's my face with Pepe overlaid on me. Oh, that's right. You got banned right before I started doing that for my Facebook profiles.
Yeah, I'm shocked that you haven't been banned yet. But then again,
I don't know how I haven't been permanently banned. I spent 2 years getting banned every month. I had 12 bans a year.
Nice.
I don't know how I managed that. Now they calm down. I don't know why they calm down, but they definitely calm down.
Probably because they're getting sick of us.
They're like, yeah, if we keep banning these guys, they're just gonna keep being worse.
These guys
I
are
mean,
just out of. Ah,
as you can tell, it's the same headset I'm wearing right now.
that's awesome.
And then that's the prior.
Yeah.
It kind of sucks, but yeah. And then, of course, Rittenhouse won, so I had to do a Pepe meme running for Rittenhouse's court.
Oh, good old Pepe. So many good memories. So many good. There's a meme there's a whole level of esotericism with Pepe. He's the most esoteric meme to ever exist. But he makes sure you feel good. That's the important part. He cares. He cares about us in the most innocently cartoonish kind of way.
Yeah, and we turned him into not so innocent, but that's another story. Speaking of which, do you remember Boris Manufacturing?
No.
Okay. So I don't remember when you got banned and decided to just permanently leave Facebook, but in early 2020, I want to say like February, March, there was a bunch of people, like this was when doxing was at its highest, where people would find out who you worked for and dox you to the company. Well, some dude made a company called Boris Manufacturing, and we all started adding that as our employer. And dude, it's just hilarious because they've got like 4-star reviews, and most of it's guys like me going, "Oh, great company to work for. They ship your product overnight." Blah 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 blah. And then like every 5th one, it's like, "These racist pieces of shit." And we all used it to prevent ourselves from being doxxed. They put a phone number on there that's a troll phone line. The admins of it literally talk shit to everyone. It's like, oh, you want to hit on our employees? How about you not be a piece of shit? Oh, one of them was bad, though. One of them was a fucking Mexican chick getting all mad. And the admin's like, have you ever tried not being Mexican? We're all just like, oh, fuck. We're all getting banned over that one. He never got banned. The post is still up, I believe. I'd have to go back and look. But it was just fucking hilarious. Because people would try to dox us. So we're like, all right, you want to dox us? We're going to make a fake employer that's going to talk shit to you. And after like 2 years, they finally caught on. Oh, this is a fake employer. No one's actually employed by him. Like, no shit.
Doxing isn't cool anymore. We've moved on. We're not sure what it is.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I don't want to admit I dox, but if you decide to cross a certain line with me, I have no problem DMing people their addresses and all their family names.
Yeah.
I had a dude threaten to kill me the other day. And I was like, oh, is that right? How about you kill me after I bone your daughter who was over 18? I post a picture of her. And he lost his shit.
Oh, boy.
And he was on a fake profile, too. I found his real Facebook. All because he had a motorcycle on his fake account. And so I traced that motorcycle back to his real account. Found his wife, found his daughter, found his son, found all of his family members, and was just like, all right, you're an idiot. And then did a background check on him, found out he's a felon, and he had an open warrant for running from the cops. So yeah, I just talked a lot of shit, posted a picture of his daughter, and said, you keep talking, I'll make her mine. She seems easy enough because she's got like that OnlyFans pose of.
Oh.
So, I mean, I'm not for doxing, but you want to run your mouth on a fake profile, I'll make you realize I can find you like that.
Wow. It's pretty easy to do this day and age too. Like if people never seen an episode of like CSI or NCIS.
Oh, I know.
Like they eat that for breakfast.
Yeah, and Oh, I think I was talking to you about that dude. He was the one that was like, "Oh, you're a Trump supporter," and I was like, "I never said I was a Trump supporter. I just said that what you're saying is dumb." Like, you talking right now makes me want to support Trump more and more because you're so dumb. But okay, it was that whole traitor thing where he called me a
Oh
traitor.
yeah, Streisand
Yeah,
effect. He basically
yeah,
Streisand affected you.
yeah, and I just straight up doxed him. I was like,
I
I
love.
fuck you, dude. You want to be a dick and you want to just say outlandish shit? I'm gonna fucking make you realize what'll happen if you piss off the wrong people.
I can't believe that I was in it. It's funny because I was in like this beer group, and I like posted something. There was this guy who was running this beer group, and he was a complete tool. Like he was a complete tool, and it was on Facebook. It was hilarious. I was talking about like on how I like basically split up this 4-pack of a good brew, that's around these parts, and I basically got 4 bonus beers for the same price, plus 4 beers, plus the beers from the 4-pack. And I split it up into these things where you could like pick your own 6-pack or pick your own 4-pack.
Yeah. We do that around here
Yeah,
too.
yeah, yeah. I basically was like, all right, cool. I get two 4-packs with 4 bonus beers. Nobody will know. And I did that for a hot minute. And I posted it on Facebook, basically explaining what I was doing. Somebody commented, they're like, "Aren't you basically shoplifting?" I'm like, "I'm paying for it. I'm paying for it." And it's not exactly reading the barcode. It's reading the barcode of what the
I'm
container was. I'm like, I'm not stealing it.
I'm paying by or playing by their rules. They're the ones that
Yeah, I'm playing
accidentally
by their
left
rules.
ridiculous loopholes. Not my fault.
Not my fault. And and another person comment. So what started this whole thing is I was like, one guy that was obviously cool. He was like, "Dude, what you just explained online, awesome." He's like, "I'm gonna do this now," and I'm like, I basically started a trend, and then one of the admins come in who is also probably douchey was like, "No, you can't do this here. You can't say something like that." And both me and this guy basically just posted memes of just audacious, just
Was that
absolutely
one of the
horrendous.
was that one of the brewmaster groups you invited me to?
I think so. I'm pretty sure it was stupid. It was a craft brew group, and as I got banned from that group in like 4 or 5 days because it was just horrendous. And then he was like, "Oh man, you gotta join this group and stuff." And I was like, "Okay, cool. Sure. Like, you guys seem kind of cool." And then all of a sudden, there was one post that somebody posted something stupid, something really stupid, and the last name happened to be Cohen. So I did the parentheses of Cohen, and then they got on me for that. And I had a bunch of people like, "We're going to come find you. We know where you live. We know who you are and stuff." And I'm like, "Yeah, okay, buddy. Like, well, you right-wing scumbag and stuff." And I'm like, this got out of hand real fast when all I did was got accused of shoplifting. This got out of hand real fast on freaking Facebook. I'm like, this is dumb. I'm like, no
Also
wonder why I
funny.
don't want to go back to it. Yeah, it's funny. It was funny
Well, I
because
was gonna say
I
it's
had
funny
I
the
had him.
leftist. You had what?
Yeah, I had him on my side, and then not.
It's always funny though when leftists get mad. They're like, "Oh, you're shoplifting." It's like, wait, what? You guys are the kings of shoplifting. What I'm doing is literally playing by the rules. I'm not even
Yeah.
stretching them. I'm just playing by the rules. Just because you couldn't think of this doesn't mean it's illegal.
Nope. I was not. I was doing something that was a no, but illegal. It's the cop wouldn't stop. Oh, the other thing I've heard of people doing when I worked for that beer distributor I used to work for, I've heard of people going into stores and going that in their in the uniform that they used to have, and just going in the back room and just grabbing beer and just walking out.
Now that's fucking theft.
Like getting cases of beer and just walking out.
Jesus.
I'm like, it's
no big deal walking in with a Crescent shirt.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like they don't have cameras in those places, so why not, right? They can't identify you.
Definitely can't. Dude.
I'm like, that is ballsy.
I got mad, though. I walked into Albertsons the other day to go get some Shinerbach. And because they had it on sale. They had a 6-pack for $5 of Shinerbach, and normally it's $10. So I was like,
oh, wow.
Yeah.
$10.
Yeah, Shinerbach's kind of expensive in Arizona. It's a Texas beer. And so I went in there looking for it. I literally walked into the freaking back freezer area, or fridge area, and was just like, I don't even see a stocking place for Shinerbach. You assholes. I couldn't find a single SKU tag anywhere in the store. I couldn't find a single place that they kept them. And I was like, you guys are assholes. I wanted $5 6-pack of Shinerbach. It was funny because like I walked straight. Well, I didn't buy anything. I was so mad. I was like, you guys literally put this in an advertisement that's on the front door right now. Oh. Yeah, I'm just walking out of here. I'm not buying shit from you guys anymore. But yeah, I walked all the way into their back room where employees only are supposed to be, and I was just sitting there looking, and an employee looks at me, and I'm like, "What's up?" And he just goes about his business. It's like, yeah, I'm just looking for the damn beer you guys have for $5, but you don't even have a tag for it anywhere.
Sleepy?
Me? No, I've got my glasses off, so I gotta squint to see.
Oh.
Yeah, the problem is my glasses are super reflective, so when I had them on when we were talking before the stream, I could basically read stuff off of my glasses what was on my monitor. So I was like, I don't like that.
That's some high definition.
Well, I mean, part of it's also probably because I can see it, but you see what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Like I can see this. There we go. That I can see your reflection right there perfectly fine.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, that's kind of neat.
Here,
it's kind of trippy. Yeah, I can definitely see it. Whoa, blue light and everything too. Blue light reduction.
Yeah,
are those blue light reductions?
Oh yeah, no, these aren't the monitor. Yeah, so the monitor over here, I can't tell which one's reflecting, but the one over there is blue light reduction. The one straight in front of me isn't because it's like a 10-year-old 144 hertz gaming monitor, and the one over there is just kind of terrible, so it doesn't have very much blue light.
Oh,
but
yeah,
anyone that's really good at what they're doing can extrapolate what's on my monitors from my glasses. So, not a huge fan of having those on while I'm streaming.
That's a good move.
People call me paranoid. I just don't like the idea of being doxxed.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure Boris Manufacturing would have something to say about that. That's so awesome. Right? That's so awesome.
Contact my employer. I definitely don't have the Fortune. I definitely don't have the Fortune 500 company I work for on my Facebook because I'm not dumb.
I know people are just so outright with that, but then again, I'm dumb, so I just got completely kicked, which is great.
When you're trying to social network and build, like professional connections, I totally understand why people do that. That's not what my Facebook is for. My Facebook has been used for talking shit since 2009.
Yeah.
And yes, somehow I still have my original Facebook account from 2009, and I have my original Smurf from 2009.
That's amazing.
And my main has been banned about 200 times. Not really.
How does that happen?
Because I talk shit. Apparently saying that someone should just jump out of the gene pool is enough to get me banned at times.
The gene pool?
Yeah.
Hmm.
There's, in my opinion, there's many interpretations to what I mean by jumping out of the gene pool.
Could be jumping out of your pants.
Could castrate yourself. Could Kermit yourself.
You could be jumping into a pool of jeans. Like literally. Denim. Could be swimming in denim. Once again, the poor girl from The Little Mermaid. No luck. Be no luck with that. She'd be lost. She'd be done.
Should somehow suffocate and drown in jeans.
Yep. She would drown. She would drown in denim. America literally killed her.
Ooh.
The white man who made the jeans literally oppressed her and killed her. So score 0 social justice, score 1 white people.
Score 1 for Levi's.
They're woke now though, so it doesn't matter. Just white people.
That makes it better though.
Doesn't matter.
The woke company killed them all.
Generic. Is it better?
It is so much better if the woke company kills them off.
It's so much better.
Unintended consequences.
It's so much better. It's so much more awesome and ironic. It's completely ironic, actually, which would be even funnier.
Yep.
She just gets beat up too much. Apparently, we found a meme within a meme. Keeps going. It just keeps going. The meme trail never ends.
It's a gift that keeps on giving.
It does. If you find memes about them, make memes about them crying. Yep.
Yeah.
Sun Tzu said that. Art of War. Yep. He said make memes about them crying. Brilliant. Brilliant, man.
Oh. That's
amazing.
Good read,
I was like, when I saw that meme, I was dying. I was absolutely dying. I'm like, you guys have taken Art of War to the meme warfare level. I'm like, this is awesome.
And we all know Sun Tzu would have fucking supported that to a fullest extent.
Oh yeah, no mercy.
Dude, he would have understood that meme wars actually are effective. Like, as dumb as it sounds, meme wars are effective, and he would have totally been behind using that and manipulating it to his advantage.
Oh yeah. Not a stupid man. Definitely not a stupid man.
Very brilliant man.
Way smarter than Karl Marx. Way smarter.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. Quintessentially smarter.
I don't disagree.
And he didn't have anybody pay him. So he wrote that shit for free. He dropped it like an album. He was like, what's hot on the streets? Art. But not for art hoes. This is not for art
of war.
We got Art of War. Dropped. What you got? And then he was done. Then he was like, I'm gonna go do Asian things, I guess. I'm not sure what he was doing. I don't know the man's whole life story, just know his book and the meme. I have a weird sense of history as well, and I like it.
Yeah,
if it's in a meme, it's there. Yep. I'm right there.
Make it a meme and I'll learn about it.
I'll learn about it. All of it. Well, Anything else?
No, I think we pretty much went off the rails enough and covered a lot of different topics tonight.
Yep. And, I mean, to all you Little Mermaid fans out there, you guys probably should learn to swim. Just solid. I want to end with a solid PSA. I want to end with something solid for the kids.
Learn to swim. Just don't go cave diving.
Don't do that. Like, it's not good. You guys shouldn't do it. Be safe out there. Definitely be safe, and don't get the China virus either. You don't want that.
China.
So, China. It's amazing. It's the most amazing New York thing I've ever heard. God, it's so awesome.
I love it.
Bye for now.
All right, James, have a good night, man. Enjoy yourself. Everyone else, stay safe. James, I would say stay safe, but I know you. Stay as safe as you can.
Possibly. I'm not that dangerous. I just put on the persona. I make memes about crying. All right. Good night.
Have a good night.
God bless America.
Amen.